Voice print identification.
Let's go.
Hello.
I was going to say, what the heck was that?
It's my little bobblehead.
Uh-oh. Oh,
There's a reference to that. Certain people know. I know TJ knows.
why do I have an...
Oh boy. So we actually took a drive and went to a Amish buffet. It majority of the food was pretty good. I mean, I can't eat as much as I used to because I was expecting to go to town, like 4 or 5 plates. I had two plates and one salad, and I was done. What's going on? I can't eat anything. It's because I got my stomach got used to eating just a little bit, and it
Yeah.
would do me for the day. Then trying to fill up on something, and I could tell the difference. I was like, but the majority of the food I ate was Amish, so it wasn't a bunch of preservatives and all that processed stuff.
Right.
We got B in here. Yeah, see, everybody's names are still
Yeah.
using the tags. Now, I noticed on other channels it's not the same though. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's because my channel is uh, part of the beta, so it may come and go from there. So it gets everybody used to it because it's eventually going to change. So you'll have to go into your settings, your control panel, or your studio, um, customize, and then scroll down where you see your name and then your handle and try to get a handle that's not taken already. Like my bot, let me see, where's my bot at? Which I'm a little pissed because my bot, they, let's see what he's doing now. Oh, he's not connected yet. And I noticed it's taken him longer to connect too, also. So we'll have to see what that's all about.
I say it's a conspiracy.
But we got messages it's probably been 2 years ago saying that they're switching over to the handles. Nothing ever came about it, so I didn't pay no much attention to it. I had already I made sure to do this channel and my um, bushcrafty one.
Right.
So other than that, I didn't remember if I did it. I swore I did it with the bot, but evidently I didn't.
So if you've got to go into your control panel and change the name, you might not be able to get your original name. So then you've switched two names, right?
Well, you can switch a name every 30 days now.
Right.
So you just go in, you'll see your name above, and then you'll see a handle where it has the at symbol, and then
Right.
it'll give you like your Miss Snooky. Um, just go ahead and change it to Mr. Snooky or something like that.
I'll just give my latitude and longitude numbers. That'll work. At latitude, longitude.
uh, but on for the subject today, I thought it because all the time, a lot of people, when you hear that you're prepping food or you're preparing for something, a lot of people think, oh, you're scared of this and you're scared of that, and 90% of the time, the actual preppers, unless you're a YouTube prepper, um, they're not into the fear thing. Um, they're just preparing just in case, and they
Yeah.
care about their lives, and that's that's why I don't like the word being called a prepper. I'd rather be called a survivalist. It's just
Right.
because prepper seems like it's one dimensional. Um, and a lot of times it is, depending on who you listen to, because it's all getting the food, getting water, or a lot of times they forget about the water and just get a bunch of MREs and get all this expensive freeze dried stuff and uh, fill your basement with buckets and stuff.
No, they were really pushing that a while back.
Oh yeah, big time. Uh, and I had two companies contact me asking me if, oh, we'll send you this a whole bunch of this stuff, and we'll give you money for whatever you sell. And I said, I'm not going to endorse it because it's not healthy. I said, you come up with a healthy version of um, you know, ready ready to eat meals, and I'm all for it. But um, most of the people that prepare for this kind of stuff are older and
Yeah.
can't handle a lot of that preservatives and processed foods and salt, sodium. So I'm not going to suggest it to everybody. Now, I have some. I have a couple buckets because I got them really cheap, but I I I would rather keep that for like oh no type moment. Um, I would rather you know eat eat my stew in a jar that I made than some stuff that I couldn't even read.
Right.
Yeah. Now I, I noticed uh, Linda. I forget her channel now, but she just did a video on ways to prep beans, and I was preparing for that, so I'm not going to do it now. But a lot of stuff she talked about was really good.
Yeah.
Um, a lot of people will dry or get the dry bean. Well, there's a lot to do with that dry bean. You have to have water, a lot of water, depending how you're going to cook them. You're going to soak those beans. You're going to clean them beans. You're going to soak them, and then you're going to cook them the next day. And you need to cook them for hours. So that's a lot of gas or a lot of wood or whatever, and a lot of water.
Sure.
So, and she also showed um, some beans that she canned. They're ready to go, you know. But if you're not at that stage in prepping to where you can can up a bunch of beans, um, some may not want to do that. And then she showed cans of beans. Unfortunately, she showed pop top cans, and I'm not for the pop top cans
Right.
because I think that's where they're wanting us to go because they don't last. Um, I think they have a 2 year shelf life, and that's about it. Um, but like I said, it was a really good video. And I think I was thinking about doing something in that nature. So I may get a hold of some other preppers and some canners and see if we want to do like a challenge just to can beans. You know, a simple thing. Um, but um, why we were going to Sugar Creek. Yeah, it's a weird name for a town, but it's supposed to be the Switzerland of United States.
Really?
Yeah, it's more Amish than anything, though.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I would love to. Me and Tammy from um, Rebel Canners, we were talking about it and saying, why don't anybody offer us to be sponsor us a freeze dryer?
Hmm.
It would be nice because those things are expensive. I would love to have one. A lot of people actually finance them to where they make payments and stuff.
Now,
Um,
where you saw all of that stuff at the, what did you call it? Where you went to that event?
um, food independent summit.
Okay, is that where that gentleman was putting together that flintlock?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
he
that was.
he's made it from scratch. He
Oh
started
yeah,
with a
yeah,
big chunk of wood,
yeah. It makes the
carved it down.
stock. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
and
looked
there's
interesting.
um, the the powder thingies.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what they're called.
Powder horn.
Yeah, they were doing every stage of that there. I wish I could have got more, but I had this annoying woman that kept
Oh,
going in front of me.
yeah.
Um, and you'll probably see it in tomorrow's video with the fermenting. Um, Here comes a phone like this, and then I start moving over, and here she comes with the phone again, and she keeps bumping into me and stuff, and I
Yeah.
just try to ignore her and whatnot.
I
Everywhere I
want
would go, she would pop up right next to me.
like one of them cans you don't like. I wonder if that gentleman that was doing the flintlock, I wonder if he's got a video on that.
um,
I
I'm gonna
probably
try.
could, we could look it up.
Probably in a couple weeks, I'm gonna contact him
Oh,
because
okay.
I've got it. I've got his card. See about in an interview.
Yeah,
I
that would be
I talked
interesting.
to him off camera first,
Yeah,
and then if you notice, you could hear somebody talking about the um, doing the the powder thingy,
right,
and he was explaining it to two kids. The kids were I was just letting them go because they were asking all the questions I was going to
right.
ask, and then um, the guy carving the musket. Um, that was so cool. Just sitting there watching that.
I'm wondering, well, obviously he's probably making his own lead ball for it. You know, whether it's a mini mag or a maxi mag, you know, heat up your lead and
Yeah,
pour it in a mold.
they had some there, but they didn't show them because they were inside a tent. So evidently
Right,
they didn't
right,
melt anything down there. But they brought them because you could see them on display. I don't know when I panned over a little bit and showed uh, a guy because he was doing the artwork and the leather working
right.
on it. One guy was carving the horn out completely
Nice.
and sewing the top brim on,
Hmm.
and there's a lady working on something, I think the leather, and the guy was working on the art
Neat.
on the rim or the carving of the horn. And
Right.
there was another guy doing something else, but I forget what it was.
Was there anyone metalworking there with the
Yeah,
design of the gun or the rifle?
the no, the guy in the middle, he was doing all the gun stuff, and the other people were doing the leather and stuff
Okay.
from for the the powder
I'm
thingy.
just wondering what technique, I mean, I could look it up, but what technique they were using for whether it was an octagonal barrel or, you know, smooth bore round or, you know,
Well,
whether it was, well, rifling would be tough back then. But hey, Ziggy,
yeah, he had some um, he for three of the guns that you could see in the background. He ordered the barrel
the
itself.
barrels, okay.
Yeah, and the mechanisms. they come in a set where you have to
Yeah,
put them together and stuff.
right. Trigger
Uh,
group with a hammer and all that.
and he made two of them full, you know, the barrel, the whole shebang
Nice.
by hand.
Hey, Dana.
He did it. He did the forge and all that stuff.
Cool.
But let me go ahead and the reason I wanted to try to change this a little bit from like, oh no, put food back because shift stuff, or you know civil unrest, or aliens, or
Anyway,
you know
it's
the Russians are coming, that kind of
a
stuff.
good movie. That was a good movie. Yeah.
um, the fact that prepping can be just for going to the store and you see a sale, because they always have sales, and you buy a, a good amount of it and then prep it back, be it if you have a freeze dry it, or um, if it's meat, can it, or preserve it, put it in the freezer, whatever. um, Let me bring up some pages here. Screen, uh, butter. Let me find the right one. That's bacon. Where did my beef go? Milk, tomatoes, flour, bread, butter. Oh, there it is, way up there. That's weird. Okay, let me put this on the screen here. Now, this is going back into the 80s. Some of it doesn't go back that far, but you realize from the 80s until just after about 2000, and we all know what happened in those times. And I'm not saying one president is the cause for this, or two presidents, or whatever. But as you can see, it did go up a little bit in the 90s, went back, kind of leveled off, and then went down again. And then, stuff happened, 2000s. Now, where we want to look at, you go all the way up here to 2020, we get a big spike. And that was during, lockdowns and all that stuff. And then we got a big dip where it dropped. And that's basically when we went back out and weren't scared again, evidently. um, but and then whoosh, it went up. Will you sit down? And it started going up, and it climbed so high. Now, as you can see, May of 2025, it's at the highest ever. Um, and if you look at it from the 80s and 90s, that is just a big jump. And it's just ground beef, 100% ground beef. Um, no certain variety or anything, just ground, and it's average price. So it's not, and that's of the United States. That's not, you know, California. It's probably a lot higher.
Yeah.
You go other states like Texas is probably a little bit cheaper. Um, but the fact is, in 2020, say when it dipped down to here, it was $3, probably 3.50 a pound. When it dropped back down, or over here rather, um, and you went out and bought 50 pounds of ground beef and you canned it up, um, and now it's tripled in price, probably more than that. But what what is the harm of that meat? Because as long as it's still good, no seals broke on the cans or the jars, or if you freeze dried it, it's still good. Or if it's still in the freezer and it's sealed in a good uh, airtight container, it's still good.
Yeah.
Um, just the fact that you're saving money, that's just it. Not that you're keeping it for, the aliens that's coming down to steal everybody's food or anything like that, which there were aliens here, but um, but I don't know if it'll. No, it's not going to. I'll have to switch it to the next page. Let me find it real quick. But I have multiple ones of these, and this one is eggs. Let me find eggs. There it is. Now we all know the gist of the eggs and everything like that. But if you sit there and look at this from the 80s, and again, prices don't go up until a certain person becomes in office. But if you look at that line, straight line, pretty much all the way across. It gradually goes up when somebody becomes president. You know, it spikes at 215, which, if you remember, there was the bird flu back then, and then it drops drastically and goes back down to 2020. It doesn't move. It doesn't move. So you can't blame the eggs on 2020. What do you blame it on? A certain somebody. And that's allegedly, I'm not trying to pick on the poor guy, but the eggs spike way up here. I mean, they really spiked. And that's when we were playing 5-6 bucks, and then they dropped again. Um, and this wasn't the bird flu. This was actually the feed. If you guys remember, people were having issues with feed. The chickens stopped laying eggs. Allegedly, it was the feed. Um, and then all of a sudden, people started going elsewhere to get their feed. Chickens started laying eggs, and then, oh no, the bird flu is back again. Woof! It climbs way up high again, and that's where we're at as of now. But you can kind of see down here where it's starting to drop again. Um, Probably because somebody is president now, Trump. So they have dropped. And again, do you remember in December of last year, people were complaining, "Oh, Trump's been president for how long, and the eggs haven't went down yet." In December, when he hasn't been sworn in yet, so they were already blaming him for the eggs when he won the election, but he wasn't sworn in yet. Ugh.
And they'll blame him for everything. Sorry, I had to
Yeah.
take care of something.
Oh, that's fine.
If you
Um,
guys, if I mute, I'm not being rude. It's just something I got to deal with. So,
Now
but
there's
yeah,
been
you talking about blaming Trump for everything? Yeah.
yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the milk. Now milk has had its ups and downs throughout the years. This one starts in '96, as you can see. It's gradually going up, and it tapers off in 2004, and then it goes nuts. It goes back down, goes back up again. 2008, and I'm not blaming prices going up on who's president or anything, but sometimes it is their fault. And then it goes back down again, goes back up, and then we start going into the 2020 stuff. And right before this, somebody was president, um, and it went quite far down until the 2020 thing. And I did videos, there's other people did videos of farmers dumping their milk out. The reason they were dumping the milk out, there was no shortage of milk. The supply chain was so messed up that there was nobody to pick up the milk from the where they go to the farmer because the farmer has to bring it in. It has to be verified that it's USDA and all that mumbo jumbo stuff. If there's nobody to verify that or put the stamp on it or whatever they do, they can't go to the next stage. They can't go and sell it to the next person down the line. So what do? They dump it out because they can't do nothing with it. Um, the USDA was shut down for 2 weeks. Now, you remember when they said, what do they call those people? Um, oh, dang it. People working in grocery stores and stuff, and they in 2020, that's the only people who were supposed to be working was essential workers. Yeah, that's what it was. Um, you would think the USDA would be essential workers because they had to approve meat and cheese and all that stuff. Well, they didn't for a good while. So everything that came to them that stage stopped. So nobody was able to get past that. So all that food was a waste. So that's what you have here. And then it came back and the price went through the roof. And you can see 2022, who was president. I'm just saying. Um, but again, this is milk. This is milk. And this is another good reason. And um, if Tammy was here, she cans milk. It's not USDA or ball, whatever. It's a Rebel recipe, and I've seen her can milk. She's done it. She's canned creamer. She's canned milk and everything, and it's nothing that you would, unless you want something sweeter. It's nothing that you would drink like going and get a glass of milk. But if you want to bake or use it for a recipe or something, it's good for that. But if you had it on your shelves, and she used her last one uh, this year, which was 9 years. It was canned for 9 years. So if you go back 9 years, um, look at the price, which it was way high at that time, but it's still cheaper. So if you look at it as a way to save money for the future, canning stuff, freeze drying it, whatever, however you want to preserve it. If you don't want to, you don't want to do it because the prepping thing, you're a fear monger or whatever. It makes sense just save money. And I can keep on. We'll go to the butter. Let me find the butter. Where'd the butter go? Where is the butter? Is this? Oh yeah, this is the butter. Um, this one's only starts on from the 2018. But if you see down here, 2022, um, 2020, we didn't really see a big hike on butter. It was a few years later. Now look at this. This is January of 2022. In 6 months, 8 months, whatever it was, yeah, 8 months or 10 months. Look how much that rose in just a half a year, and then it kind of went up and down, and it's at its highest now. Who remembers buying butter really cheap? I mean butter, not the margarine fake stuff, but who remembers buying butter at a very cheap price? Now it's so crazy. If you go to a store, you can see things that you used to. I seen somebody talking about ketchup. Where was the ketchup comment? Um, oh, they're talking about meatloaf sandwich. But ketchup, remember buying ketchup for a big old thing for $1? And it wasn't that long ago. Now it's like $7, $8 for a big thing. Like, what? It's crazy. Now, again, just the fact of just saving money, not just because, putting food back just in case, which everybody should be doing anyway. They even tell you, the CDC and, all these emergency places, oh, you should have at least 3 days of food for emergencies and water. Um, and then my last live, I went and done a lot of research, and 66% of the United States don't have 3 days of food in their house. How does 66% not have that much food in their house? It's oh, it's horrible. You can still buy ketchup at $1.20. Not around here. Like even at Walmart, you go and get the Walmart brand. It's for 32 ounces. I think it's $5, $4 or $5 unless it's on sale. Um, but well, bacon is pretty much the same as the beef. Um, Tomatoes, you would be surprised on the tomatoes. It starts off real low. Even tomatoes went at really high. Um, yeah, it's pretty much the same there for what is this? Oh, I'll go ahead and put this one up here so you guys can take a look at this. Now, if I also have some other information that's real important about potatoes and wheat. Um, I've been listening to, I think it's a rural station that talks about farming and stuff like that, and where the majority of our potatoes come from. Um, the government is restricting them on how much they can actually grow, and there's a reasoning behind it, which kind of sounds all right and everything, um, but they're they can actually grow a lot more potatoes. And if they grew a lot more potatoes, because they have the land for it and everything, and this is in Idaho, where the famous potato comes from. But if they grew more and more potatoes, the price of potato would go way down. But the government has stepped in and told them you can only use this much land to grow that many potatoes. And it's because of the water table. A lot of the water that they get from the reservoirs and whatnot, they are restricted on how much they can grow. And there's other crops that do the same thing. But right now they were talking about potatoes. So they're cutting down the amount of potatoes this year that they can grow. So what's that mean? That means probably next year, when we start getting into those potatoes, the price of potatoes will go up. From French fries to um, whatever you get with potatoes, and the potatoes you get at the store. So when I hear something like that, I think, ooh, I want to go find a big batch of potatoes at a good discount and can a bunch. So I'll have them so I don't have to go out and buy those expensive potatoes. That's some people will call that prepping. Some people just be you're a you're a bargain hunter or something. Um, whatever you want to call it, it's saving money, and I think it's very important to do this kind of stuff. And we'll go over here to bread. Now, it's very interesting, and I didn't bring up the wheat thing. Um, but is this bread? Okay, this next one. Um, if you notice here, it's gradually going up, and this is a loaf of bread, by the way. Um, and it's white pan bread, which is the normal bread that you get at the grocery store. You see it going up until 2023, and then it drops drastically, and then it goes back up, and then here in 2020, um, you'll see it start going up, and then it goes way up, and you know what happens there. It's because we can't get wheat from other countries um, that are dealing with stuff. But now, if you look, and I wish I'd have brought this one up, but if you if you look at the wheat itself, wheat is almost a straight line all the way across. It gradually goes up. But why is bread higher than the price of wheat? I know there's other stuff, ingredients in it. Um, but about this time is when they started putting by or making it mandatory to label bioengineered ingredients. And once they did this, the price started going up. I don't know why, but they started raising the price of it. Maybe it's because wheat is more harder to come by. But if you look at wheat goes straight across, like hardly ever moves up. But again, we're having this thing in the United States where we're reducing the amount of stuff that our farmers grow. Um, a few weeks ago, I did a video about a town in Texas that is paying people $600 to not grow a garden or not water their lawn, and they have to take pictures of where they were going to grow their garden. They have to have a little garden area and everything. They take a picture of it, and they take a picture of it dead. Then they get their $600, and there's people signing up for this. It makes no sense. I don't know if they think, oh, well, if I get 100 pounds of tomatoes out of that, that's not going to be $600. But if you look at the um, tomatoes, the price of tomatoes have gone way over. And we grow tomatoes here in the United States. We don't, unless it's wintertime. And a lot of times our tomatoes are hothouse tomatoes and whatnot, but majority of tomatoes are here in the United States. They're not imported. There are some, but the majority comes from the United States. But yet we're the price is going way up. Let me go ahead and close this. Now, the other one I had on here, it was um, pop, which really doesn't mean much about, prepping or anything like that. But the fact that it at 2020, it was like straight line going across, and then 2020 hit, and it went woof, it went straight up, and it was because of uh, carbon dioxide, or not carbon dioxide, but carbonation for the pop. Now there's multiple ways to make the bubbles in there. You can do the fermenting thing or use the gas. which in 2020 they shut those places down because it was an essential. But until they found out it was, then when it came back, the price of pop went through the roof. But again, my whole thing is prepping doesn't have to be because your your fear of things or whatever that people say. It could just be saving money, because a lot of people will if they see a sale, they'll go buy a bunch of bacon and put it in their freezer. Is Are they afraid of something? No, they just want they want to capitalize on a good deal. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, I'm going to try to jump onto another device. So if I get lost, I'll just come through the
Okay.
basement again. All right.
Okay. But I thought it was a good idea to put up a few of these, and this comes from the banking system. They keep track of all that stuff. Not stock market or anything, because that's totally different. The price of uh, pork and things go up and down all the time, so it's kind of different. But yeah, I thought, for those people that don't want to put stuff back or anything because, oh, I don't want people to think I'm a prepper person. Yeah, that's the whole reasoning behind that, was buying a deep. Yep. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, if you, and a lot of times at the end of the month, everybody thinks at the beginning of the month is when they have sales and stuff. No, they don't do sales at the beginning of the month because, I hate to say it, a lot of people get their food stamps, and they instantly go out and buy all their food for, all their food stamps are gone within the first 2 weeks, and then they want to get more people back in there, so they start having these sales and stuff toward the end of the month. And anytime you can go and buy a couple packets extra of meat or something, throw it in the freezer, you don't have to worry about it. A lot of times I'll buy the bulk um, chicken, because if you go buy chicken nowadays, the majority of the expensive chicken, they take the skin off of it and take the bones out of it and charge so much more for it. Um, but if you look toward the end of the aisle, they have bags of chicken, and it's usually 79 cents a pound to 99 cents a pound. Um, so much meat on those things. If you don't want to worry about taking the skin off of it, and like I said, it's so much cheaper. You look at the difference. Boneless, skinless thighs are like $3-4 on up. Um, the you keep the skin on there, or you don't keep the skin off there, because it's one little pull and the skin comes off, and then you have the bone. If you want to keep the bone on there or not, you get the thigh meat and the drumstick for cheaper than uh, the skinless and boneless. Yeah, I mean, I like I like a good crispy skin. I think that flavors the meat so much better. But you know, people trying to watch the fat intake and stuff like that, take the skin off. It's not that hard to take the skin off. You know, grab one side and like that, it comes right off. Yeah, that's this. You know, the little ads that you get every couple weeks. Um, just look at, and that's their idea is if they can find something cheap to put in there or get you in there, then chances are you may buy other stuff, and that's the thing. But if you're a good shopper, you'll go in and get that one or those couple sell items and leave. They still get a business. Hey Jeff, how's it going? Yeah, I didn't send the link out until late by the time I got back. I wasn't sure if I sent it out or not, so I realized that I didn't and sent it out late. If you're going to do boneless, skinless, it's cheaper to do it yourself. Yeah, exactly. And it's a good skill to learn, to be able to break down uh, chicken. There's tons of videos on it, um, of how to debone a chicken from the whole chicken down, and it's a good thing to actually learn. It's a really good thing to learn in case something does bad happen and you have to butcher your own chickens at one point. Not saying you'd have to or anything like that, but it's always good to have that knowledge tucked away in there somewhere. Uh, yeah, most people have been dependent on big corp. Yeah, too long, and foreign. Yeah, because look at all the medication that you use. 98% doesn't come from United States, or it does come from if it does come from United States, the ingredients comes from somewhere else. And that's the same thing with meat. A lot of times, um, the meat comes from other countries. You know, it won't be fully butchered. It'll just be field dressed, and they'll ship it over here cold. And then once it's here, they butcher it and say it's from United States. Now they're supposed to crack down on that. Um, it's supposed to be labeled a certain way now, but we know from the recalls and stuff that a lot of places don't pay attention to those labels anymore. Um, it just and they're going to blame it. They're going to blame it on Trump, saying, "Oh, he fired everybody, so there's nobody to check and see if the labels are right." But it's been happening for a long time. Yeah, yeah, that's one of the things that they do with chicken in the United States. They're the chickens or the not the chickens, but the meat is in a bleach bath. Basically, it's dunked in a bath of bleach. Um, so it kills the salmonella supposedly, but it still happens. Oh yeah, most tuna we buy in the U.S. comes from. Yep, sure does. Very little of it, except you get there's some organic. I don't know how they know it's organic. That that never that always puzzled me. How unless they grow the tuna themselves, how do they know it's organic? If it's in the ocean, is it organic? Which I think nothing in the ocean is organic anymore. Yeah, there's some things that kind of puzzled me on labeling. Um, a lot of times you'll get um, these food items that it's a vegetable, but they say it's vegan. Duh, it's a vegetable. Why do they label it? Or stuff that never has gluten, a food item that never has gluten. I don't know what it was, but it says gluten free. Duh. It doesn't have gluten in it in the first place. The labeling today is it just it cracks me up. You go in there and look, and duh, it's vegan. It's made from vegetables. Yeah, there's um, when you a lot of fish that comes from the ocean has mercury in it. Not to mention the West Coast has a lot of radiation, and it comes from Japan's thing that they had happening over there.
Oh, I made it.
Welcome back, Eric.
Thank you. It's like being in the back of a C-130 with the ramp open and getting the green light. You better go, baby.
Go, 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 go.
Yup. Stand around. Go.
Yeah, well, like um, the law, and it's in some states. I think Tennessee has it. Virginia. There are a bunch of states, but to label their eggs free range, the only thing they have to do is leave the door open.
That's
Even though
crazy.
the chickens are still in their cages, they leave the door open, and that's considered free range by law. That's their loophole. And they can label that their eggs free range chicken or free range eggs. I'm probably they can do the same thing with the meat, but I know for a fact the eggs that's a loophole that they do.
Yeah, I got what was it? It was a dozen extra large eggs at Publix for 3.25, which wasn't bad.
No,
I mean, I've seen it over six for a dozen, but
yeah, like Burger King, they have their that whatever it's called, Impossible Burger, I think it is.
yeah, they
Um,
aren't they bringing back 5 new items or something?
well, the point of that is the bun is not vegan.
Well,
The bun is animal based oil they use and some other stuff, um, and they cook it in the same thing that meat the other burgers are cooked on. It's not they're not cooked in a little vegan cook stove over here. It's the same thing, and they don't even remember. Burger King used to be good. Was big on the flame broil thing. Uh,
yeah,
they had the little burn marks and everything. They're painted on now. The
yeah.
little marks are painted on. There's not. They don't even cook them over the flame anymore.
Are they just reheating them or are they flat topping them?
Oh no, it actually goes. They stick them in like this. The burger goes in like that, and it goes through a conveyor system. It goes around,
Oh, like a salamander? Yeah.
and when it gets to the end, it plops out, and they put it on the bun and ship it out. There's
Huh.
not there's no grill there no more.
Wow.
So each burger comes already with the lines painted on them. And that's the thing. I wonder what the paint is used. What's that made out of?
I don't know unless it's an electric element filament that's like in a toaster that's actually burning the
Oh
flesh.
no, they're before they get put on the little conveyor thing.
Oh, they're already painted?
The lines are already there. Yeah,
Probably food
the
coloring.
frozen patties go in that thing and do its little roundabout.
Huh.
Makes you wonder. And I used to love Burger King.
Yeah, I don't go. I used to go
Whoppers
for
were awesome back
breakfast
in the
sandwiches.
day,
But yeah,
but nowadays, ugh, they have. I mean, you look at the thing on the commercials and stuff. Ooh, that looks good, but it comes out and it looks like somebody sat on it before it got to you. You know. Now I don't down in the Southwest. Whataburger. Oh, that
yeah,
I used to love getting them, but I'm wondering how those taste nowadays.
I don't
I
know.
still see a lot of people eating them because I'll see them drinking the big drink and everything.
We got the Five Guys burgers and fries down here. Oh, they're
Yeah,
probably everywhere. I don't know. I just, to me, it tastes like cardboard. I'm just not. Just
yeah.
no matter what you put on it, it just doesn't taste right.
Well, there's um around here there's um Hardee's and
Yeah.
Wendy's is the only one that has meat that's not frozen already.
All right.
Oh, don't say no. It went downhill. Oh, and because they used to have the biggest burger too, you know, Whataburger. I remember when I first seen one, I thought it was Waterburger.
When I used to go to Indiana all the time, they had the Frisch's Big Boy. That was some good food there.
And not anymore.
No.
I mean, everything's frozen patties and everything from the sausage and for breakfast to the
Right.
hamburgers for lunch or dinner.
And again, it all comes down to money and greed. They can make more money
Oh
with
yeah.
pre processed crap that they can reheat, and you know, yeah,
We don't
Culver's
have
is
them
good.
around here.
I
They
got
might
three
have
around
them
me.
probably in Columbus or somewhere. Yeah, that's what I said. I always called it Waterburger, and people get no, it's Whataburger. And I said that's what I said. No, you said Waterburger. Oh, did I?
There's a Longhorn Steakhouse. Now they make a good hamburger because I mean you can if
Here
you
is
cut the
the
burger in half and look at the cross section of it, you can just see that it's not that flattened, thick meat that's probably been laying around somewhere. It's fresh.
oh yeah, Burger King up here is horrible. Um, and when I was at the food summit, we were talking about um, um, chips were fried in uh, beef tallow, and they're really good.
Really?
Yeah, and I think they gave them away to the VIPs and stuff at the. It's called the green room. That's where we went to have lunch and whatnot. Um, but I said, yeah, I remember when uh, McDonald's, that's all they used for their French fries. They cooked their French fries in beef tallow, and their French fries were awesome. And when they switched to that synthetic oil or whatever, not to mention they made their fries. I have shoestrings bigger than those fries. I remember when uh, the McDonald's here was rebuilt, and they put these big screens on there to where you don't talk to anybody anymore. You just push a button and order your food. And I went there with my daughter. I said, oh, okay, we'll go ahead and go down there and do this. And I pushed whatever I wanted, and I forget what I got, but the French fries came out in a little bitty bag like this, and there wasn't a fry bigger than an inch or 2 inches long, and I was
Uh,
and they were so small. I'm like, that's not a French fry. I could, if I had ketchup, I would get my fingers all have ketchup all over my fingers trying to get ketchup on my fry. don't don't always grow big.
yeah.
Evidently not. I the little tots, tater tots are bigger than their French fries. Uh,
I like the restaurants that make the big steak fries with the skin still on.
oh yeah,
Almost
that's
they almost like just quarter a potato, a small potato.
that's on Thursday. They have this bar down here. Um, they have burger fries and a beer, which you can get pop or anything, but
Yeah.
um,
Hey
they
Susie.
for $10, and it is a smash burger, so it's not that big or anything, but it still tastes good because it's actual, you know, ground beef, and it's not like 20% this and 5% that and whatever, and their fries are hand cut fries with the
Yeah.
skin on them, and they they fry them twice. So once they
Yeah.
cool off, they put them back in and fry them again to get them crispy. And they sprinkle salt and Parmesan on them. Ooh, good stuff. Yeah, last time I think it was 2008 when I went, and that's when they rebuilt it, and I haven't been back since. Even though they've had Pokemon stuff that I could have went in and collected and stuff, I still didn't go go to McDonald's. Uh, they would have to revamp the whole place to where they actually brought in, you know, better food and stuff like that, but they're not going to do it if they can still keep money uh, feeding people cardboard and
Sure.
whatever. They're going
That's what it
to.
is. It's all greed.
Yeah. Yeah, curly fries from Hardy or Arby's is good. They have a potato cakes too, is really good new item. Even their um, jalapeno thingies that they had not too long ago is pretty good. I just I just got a message from uh, the daughter from I think I think it's the daughter Hannah from the Superb place. Um, they now have the jars and the lids in at Walmart now, and I can actually give a discount to on that. I haven't got into the reading because there's like 6 pages of the contracts and stuff that I have to go through, so I can give discounts to Walmart. I don't know how that works, but I'll have to get into it and see. But I can actually give discounts for if you got a Walmart close to you and you don't want to order online. Um, we'll have to see how that works, but that'll be cool. Um, and they if if I didn't already have a bunch of lids and stuff from them, they were there. I don't know how many it was. They were doing big sleeves for $25. Big sleeves. I think there was 300 lids in there, and I was like, dang, that's a good deal. They were selling the jars there for cheaper and all kinds of stuff. Toward the end, you could see all these people carrying out jars and lids and stuff. Yeah, and if you hear the scientific stuff on the lids from like Ball and the other ones, the materials, even they say, oh, it's made in the United States. No, you stamp it in the United States. The material comes from India. That's not the same thing. The the superb lids, the metal comes from the United States. It's made in the United States, and it's stamped, sealed, the whole thing. Because I've been to the factory and watched them doing it. Um, I have videos on it. You can probably go to a year ago last year and see when I went down there.
Hmm.
And there's a big difference from using American metal, steel, or whatever you want to call it, than stamping something that comes from another country.
Sure.
And
The metallurgy's a lot
the
crappier too.
other thing is this lid and this ring are made from the same metal. On on Ball, the lid is made from a it's still recycled metal from India, but the lid or the ring is a totally cheaper version of the metal. It's not even the same metal. So what happens when you have two different metals that touch each other? You get a you get a corrosion. And if you ever, which you shouldn't, leave your lid on and you store it, when you take it off, you'll see what I'm talking about. Especially when the lid or the lid and the ring are in hot water for so long. A lot of the stuff is reduced from it, and then you get that residue. Uh, but yeah, it's usually there are very few companies that I actually will endorse. Now, doing a review on something is different than it kind of endorsing. That I've actually, like in the description, I've actually got the description. In the description, I got superb and and two knife companies, or it's just one. I can't remember if I got the other one on there. No, it's just the one. Um, and I've used these knives where I've batoned and split logs with it, and it's still they've never broke. So to me, that's a good knife. If you can bang the heck out of it and it doesn't break. Yeah, it's because of the two different metals. And again, a lot of times when the process of canning, you'll see the film off of the ball lids come off, and that's why a lot of good people who are teaching canning and stuff. So after it comes out and it's set there for over 24 hours, you take the ring off and you store it. There are some people say, "Oh, you can store it with the the lid on." Well, or the ring. You can store it with the ring on. Well, there's a couple problems with that. Um, One being, depending what company you use, um, you'll get a lot of corrosion with it. The other one is false seals. So if you have a lid on there and it's tightened down and it's sitting there for 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years. Now, if that seal has broken, even though the it's it's still pressurized to where that popping thing is not popped out. That and you take this off, and if that seal has broken, but kept the lid stuck on there because the food or bacteria or something has stuck that lid on there, you can be pulling on that thing and think, oh, it's a good seal. But you pop that off and it's all fungus on there and mold and stuff. That's a false seal because you kept this ring on and it created that spot to where it pushed that lid on there so that whenever you pop that off, you think it's a good seal. Now, if you didn't have that ring on there and there was nothing to push this down because you never put nothing on top either, that's you don't get that false seal. And there's people that swear by, oh, I keep the lid on there because well, I don't have another jar sitting here, but I can put the my other cans on top of this and it doesn't hurt the lid. Well, you're creating a seal when you push that down. Yeah, yeah. Depending on what you're canning, some of that stuff, like if you're canning uh, chicken and beef and stuff, I want to make sure every one of those seal because of course, if it doesn't seal, that you can eat it the next day. Just put it in the refrigerator. But if if that seal breaks somewhere down the line and it spoils in your pantry or something, that's some wasted meat right there. That's wasted money. Not to mention your time.
So how many cycles do you think those lids with the gaskets on top? The cycle meaning screw on, screw off.
Oh,
How many cycles are they good for before the gasket's no longer good?
um, now they're going to tell you to don't reuse these. Um,
Really?
yeah, but if you use the right tool to take it off in the first place, um, I think Tammy said she used reused the same lid like 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
Um, yeah, maybe in the near future I'll have her back up so we can ask her questions like that again. um, Mondays is a bad time because she goes live with uh, um, Gray Man.
I know it would be more expensive, but too bad somebody doesn't come out with a lid that's got a replaceable O-ring.
Oh, there is.
There is.
Yeah, there's reusable ones, but technically these are not reusable, even though you can reuse them.
So the ones you're talking about that are reusable, I mean literally removing the O-ring gasket and putting a new one in it.
No, you don't put a new one in it.
I
You
think-
reuse the same
Right.
thing. It's actually glass, and it has a ring around it that comes off. You can wash and everything. You put it on there, and you put the ring over top like you would normally, and then it seals. They're not as good as um, your normal lids like these. They're not as good as these ones, and that's just my opinion because they do fail more than these ones do. And again, you can reuse those over and over again until the little rubber thing goes out. But you can buy replacements for those. Hey Joe.
Hey, how y'all folks doing
There's trouble.
tonight? I have personally used lids quite a few times. It
Yeah.
depending on how you take them off.
Yeah.
If you don't warp them, the chances you can use them again.
Yeah. And a good way is just, lay it on the table. And if you see light from the other side, then use it for vacuum sealing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if it don't
Because,
work, and if you use it for vacuum sealing and it won't take, throw it away.
yeah, frisbee it.
Yeah,
um,
target practice.
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I don't even use the ball head. Well, I sponsored by a canning company, but I if I use the ball lids because I've got extras, I use them for vacuum sealing now, um,
Yeah.
because I trust these lids so much more. I mean, the stuff I've seen them do to these to try to get them to fail. Um, when they can stuff in the test kitchen, um, they have this thing where it pushes how much pressure it is before the seal breaks. It's like a knife thing that goes into it, and they crank it down, and they also use the competition to see, and they'll be going head to head to see which one takes more pressure, and these ones are like triple overkill than the other ones. It, it's
Well,
it's amazing to look at this, and the whole thing with the skin or the thin or the fingertip tight or wherever you want to call it. Um,
yeah,
normally when you put these on, you go like this to where you know it's snug. Now back in the olden days, you crank those puppies down because it was made different, because they were made out of rubber, not this neoprene or whatever it is. But now you just put it on the table and you do this until it starts to turn the jar, and then you leave it alone. That's all you have to do because these lids are so strong. Now, that's not saying that you can't crank them down because they do. They put 50 pounds of torque on those lids or those rings and lids and can it to see if it fails.
Wow. 50 pounds?
Yep.
Wow.
They they actually have a thing that fits on top of the jar and
Yeah.
turns, like
Torque wrench?
torque wrench, yeah. And it shows 50 pounds and it clicks, and then they put it in there. Oh, what brand of lids do you use? The Superb. These guys right here.
Uh, I'm not sponsored, so I can talk a little bit of junk. But what happened to Ball was during 2020 when everything happened, they started decreasing the quantity of their stuff,
Well, it's
and
because they
they
ran
was
out of
hard to
metal.
find.
They
Right,
ran out of metal, and
but
when they did, they went and surplused recycled metal from uh, India,
okay, okay,
and they never stopped because it's cheaper.
but yeah, that's what's hurt them because
Yeah.
you've got two companies out now that can put Ball to shame,
Well,
and
again, the other
one.
one is not made in the United States. I'm not.
Boss man, I'm gonna say something, and it probably hurt your feelings and a bunch of other ones. Depending on how much money I got on me at the time, and depending how bad I need it, I'll go with the cheaper one.
Oh
As
yeah,
long as it does what it says it does,
yeah. But
you know.
like stuff is expensive now.
Dude, yeah.
Now, to me, if you go to Walmart now, the prices are exactly the same from uh, Ball and Superb.
Walmart
So
sells Superb.
why would you now you can go to the dollar store and get some really cheap ones. But are you going to trust your food? If you're canning hamburger or chicken and that stuff, real expensive stuff, uh,
No,
yeah,
no.
I would even if they weren't giving me these things, once I seen the stuff that I seen at at the factory, it's like totally
Okay,
different.
okay. Hang on 1 second. Hang on to your thoughts 1 second.
Uh,
Only the people who were there has seen what they put them jars and lids through. People like me out here that ain't never been to one, we have no idea
Um,
what they put
if you
them
watch
through.
my videos, you do because I
Okay,
made videos of it.
but how many people watch your videos?
Yeah.
I mean, they need to put videos out, state what they
Well,
go through.
that's what I'm for. And Tammy and Sarah. I don't know if they
Okay.
have any more other than us. They probably do, but I haven't seen anybody. Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking about it. I'll have to ask, see if they have any more um,
People doing it.
content creators that do that. Yeah, the Dollar General ones again they do have different ones for different stores, and the price is that way for a reason. And I
Dana, the
and I don't
ball
like
jar.
and I don't like to keep putting the company down and whatnot because a lot of people. I still have Ball stuff in my. I still have a lot of jars from Ball that I'm not going to throw them out, because I already bought them and I can still keep using them.
I'll put it like this: I've got the older, predated from 1920 and earlier. I don't have no ball jars 1920 1920, from 2020 to now. Okay. I won't buy the cheap ones. And Dana said that she saw where they look cheap. Dollar General, I'm sorry, buys from overseas.
Oh
It
yeah,
may have it may have the ball name on it, but trust me, it's not.
Original.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
not original.
Well, like I said, they do have what they call off runs or something like that, where
Yeah.
um, the quality of percentage wasn't so good. Instead of tossing them out, they'll send them to discount stores.
Okay.
People think, "Oh, I'm getting a good deal," but you're actually getting a bad run, and that sounds
Now
bad.
answer this. Answer me this: when you was holding that bleh, when you was holding that jar up, it looked like it had a bluish tint to it. Does it?
That's
Yeah.
that's a green screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
if I cut my green screen off, let me find it
Then
here.
it's clear like the rest of them.
Oh, yeah. If you hold this up next to ball, again, I
Same.
probably should do that. Um, yeah,
Well, okay. Now I see.
yeah. See how clear that
Okay.
is? Well,
Yep.
and again, this doesn't show it justice. If you see it up in real life, or in person, I guess it's looks so like my pineapple. It's still crystal clear that you can see through it. And I was
Well, now
surprised
how
because
much
I
is?
didn't think that I thought the coconut water would be cloudy, but just the thought of putting that lemon juice maybe made it clear. I don't know.
Now how much is a case of those quart jars?
I'd have to actually look. I've got this email, but I don't want to open anything up yet because I don't care who sends me emails. If it has an attachment, I scan it to make sure everything's good, and I haven't done
Right.
that yet. Um, Let me go to Walmart and see if they're here.
Dig Deeper asked you a question.
Okay, what did he ask? I'm on another page here.
Okay, quote unquote, Bushcraft family, is it okay if we share Ark Wildman's channel? He is a
Yeah,
few subscribers away from 4,000.
yeah, that's fine. Um, Let me
I'm
think.
already subscribed to him. I
Um,
didn't think he had that many, be truthful about it. But Art Wildman is a good person to
oh
go
yeah.
check out.
They
That
it
man's
might.
got a whole lot of knowledge.
Uh,
And by the way, hello, Josh. Sorry.
they got them. Okay. As far as I know, it's just lids right now. Unless regular mouth is $3.99, $3.98 for wide mouth. So it's a
Is it?
penny cheaper for a wide. No, they're both the same price. Okay, never mind. Um, Let me see if it says jars, because the jars is a new thing.
Right.
And they got the jars.
Oh, good. I'm gonna have to get that website from you.
Yeah.
It's called
Jars.
Walmart.
Oh, it's called. Wait a minute. Walmart sells them.
Yep, that's what I said. That um, now I'll be able to get you a discount too, but I have to go through and do all the contracts and stuff.
Well, you know, a while back ago, I told you I canned some pineapple. You
Yeah.
know, I bought 4 pineapple, cut them up. Dude, I popped one open, this a while back ago. They taste just as good as when I popped top on it as they did when I cut them loose, cut the pineapple up itself.
Yeah, I had a jar the other day, and it's like, because I didn't, instead of doing syrup or anything like that, or just water, I did mine in coconut
Yeah,
water, and it tastes
I got to try
tastes
it.
like a pina colada. They're they're so good. I was like,
Well,
oh
now
man, I got to do this again.
I made my own syrup. I took the skins and everything and boiled them. Didn't add no sugar to it or nothing.
Yeah,
You know, just boiled it, and that's what I used that as syrup.
yeah.
It
That's,
tastes better than any canned pineapple you'll ever
oh
taste.
yeah, yeah. Well, I think pineapple tastes better that way than in a can anyway, because it's too sweet,
Yeah,
and
I
most
can
of the time
take.
it's fake sweetener anyway.
Yeah, it is. Now I could probably eat a whole pineapple by myself. No, let me rephrase that. I have ate a whole pineapple by myself after it's cut up, like a watermelon. If I grow a watermelon or something like that without buying it from the store, look, that watermelon's gone in a day.
Yeah,
You know, but
I think we've had 2 or 3 already this year,
I ain't had none yet.
and it's bad.
Really?
My stomach, my well, here in the last 2 weeks, I haven't been sticking to my carnivore thing.
I,
I still eat carnivore every once in a while, but mainly I've been eating other stuff that I normally wouldn't. Um,
well, now on that carnivore diet, can you eat fruit like that?
no, it's not meat. Fruit is not meat.
Dude, no, I'm sorry. I'd have to go carnivore and fruit. I love fruit.
Well, see, that's the thing is, the carnivore is made is because of that. It cuts out everything, all the carbs. It cuts out all the sugar, because there's no sugar in meat unless you put it in there.
Well, that's true. Ziggy said he can eat a whole watermelon. I mean, a whole cantaloupe.
Well, I had half
That's
of
with
one
these.
yesterday. It was the cantaloupe was like that big. Or not
Good God,
yesterday,
it
the day
wasn't
before.
green
Cantaloupe,
here.
cantaloupe. I handled a cantaloupe a lot better than watermelon.
Yeah, but that cantaloupe tears my stomach up. I'll eat it. Don't get me wrong. I'll tear it up.
Yeah,
But it gets me.
yeah,
Uh, something else I've noticed here on YouTube. Every time you turn something on, they griping about how much fast food restaurants cost. You know,
yeah.
what, 50, 60, $70 and more. The
Well, yeah,
only thing I got to say is that's what you get when you raise minimum wage. What was you expecting? We told you that would happen.
yeah. That's when they raised in California, when they raised McDonald's to $20 an hour for them people. Uh,
Yeah,
that's why their food is so horrible
downgraded.
now, because paper thin burgers and little bitty fries and everything. They have
Yeah.
to make that money up somewhere. So it's
They
your
got to
basic.
cut the cost somehow, and we pay them for it. And as like one of them said, by the end of the year, there's going to be a lot of them going out of business because you can go to a real nice restaurant and eat better food than you can from a fast food and probably pay either the same or less.
Yeah, it's well, right now, um, which I've found Amish place up here that sells ground beef for $5.99, and it's ground beef from one cow. It's not from a bunch of cows, you know,
Oh, really?
in big bins, because that's, if you go to your grocery store and stuff, the ground beef doesn't come from one cow. It comes from many, many, many cows. And if one cow on that is bad, then it taints the whole meat.
Oh, meat's bad.
But like I said, it's $5.99 a pound, and it sounds so expensive, but that's actually not bad nowadays.
Cheap.
Unless you go to Walmart and get that icky stuff that I wouldn't touch. And I think at Walmart it's $6.50 or $6.59 a pound for the 80/20.
I don't know.
I don't know about meat from Walmart.
Last time I ate from Mickey D's is a couple of years ago. I wanted a regular cheeseburger, like the 50-cent cheeseburgers we got coming up.
We used to get.
I ended up getting a cheeseburger, a small fry, and a small drink. That was about $10 for that. And I asked them then, why so much? So
I got the prices for the ground beef. It is $6.73 for 80 pound, 80% lean, 20% fat, and this is at Walmart.
if that's how much it is for 80 pounds, I'm going to the world.
No, that's per pound. $6.73 a pound. That's expensive. So $5.99, it isn't that bad.
No.
It still seems like a lot, though. No yawning on the live, like you're breaking the rules.
I didn't yawn yet.
Oh, Lake's over.
That one was tired.
We can't hear you, Lake.
No.
You're muted.
You might have to go out and come back in. That's what Eric has to do all the time.
Yeah, that happened to me first time. Prepper
Dixie,
1013.
what's happened to me?
Hey,
It's your fault. It's your fault, Jeff.
How's it my fault?
I don't know. I just felt like saying it.
Well, quit saying that. Dixie's over here laughing.
Well, Dixie's a very smart woman.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that part.
Yeah,
she married me.
Yeah.
Right here.
Quiet.
Right. That's because she's looking where the cast iron is.
Hello.
So there was a setting that
No.
popped up.
Yeah, there you go.
That's better.
Yeah. Don't be all quiet just because I showed up.
How much do you pay for ground beef up there?
I don't, you've
Well-
got to have asked Blake that question.
What?
Well, I said up there. She's the only one
Yeah.
up there. You guys are down there, except for you're still in the north though, Jeff.
What do you want to know?
No.
How much you pay for your 80/20 ground beef?
80 what?
20.
We don't. It's 96 usually, or 91. I don't know how much it is a pound, but for the big family pack, it's like 11, 12 bucks.
Okay.
Good God.
Like, you know, the big pack, like you carry it like that. It's like,
Yeah.
That's not that bad.
yeah. Yeah.
I don't think we've been to a grocery store in 3 months.
We-
It's a lot of burger, too.
Well, how many goats you got left, Jeff?
Okay. I've been asked this question in chat. The goats are doing fine. Found out 3 of them are pregnated.
Pregnated.
Maybe.
Sounds like that's bad.
We get stuck in the fence.
Yeah, and they're getting their heads stuck in the fence
Oh,
right
yeah.
much here lately.
Yeah.
You got that goat fence?
This cattle panel is what they got.
Oh,
Every now and then, not all the time.
you can get goat fencing like in a roll.
Mhm.
They'll still get stuck. You need to get
Their
things-
horns would.
You- it's funny. Watch them to break this habit, and you can cut them in half. But get pool noodles and put on their horns, and they walk around. It's funny.
You know what?
They can't get stuck in the fence because
I'm
when
gonna have
they
to
go
try
in,
that.
they can't get stuck. But
I'm really going to try that.
the only thing is, the other goats will try to eat the
Noodles.
pool noodles, but it's still funny to watch them go around.
Oh Lordy.
Nate and Jerry's goats, they jump on top of each other.
Grace, I'm not going to ship it. It would eat me up in shipping handling.
What's that?
She wants a baby goat, a kid.
Oh,
That's a bitch.
yeah, I couldn't believe how much those go for now. Or even little piglets. We were at I guess
They're not yours.
a
anymore.
couple people met at Roll King and were selling them, and I came by and said, "How much they'll go for now? $100 for a piglet." And
That's about what the goats go for down here.
Oh,
I
depending
was
on
like,
what
dang,
kind.
last time I bought a piglet,
Guys
it
are
was
different.
a runt, and I paid $15 for it.
Mm.
It is cheap. Right. But we've got a lot of dairies and like places that do things like butchers and people who raise, and they supply the grocery stores because our grocery stores are set up to yes, they have name brand stuff, but they're set up so that way certain certified people can bring their stuff into the grocery store.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
Now,
So-
I think there is a couple of places where I live when hunting season comes in, they're only allowed to shut down 1 day a week and process deer. But
Oh,
it cannot be in the same area as where they process cows or nothing like that.
yeah, you mean the butcher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get something straight. Dixie wanted me to say this.
I did not.
Look, it's my story. Be quiet.
Oh, yeah, be quiet.
The goats are not mine. They're my next door neighbors. The field is just being rented out. That's all. But yes, I do kind of help with them because I don't know jack about goats except for they like to butt shoot.
But, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's
you know.
usually only the Billy.
You can milk them.
But you ain't been around these females out here, have you? Them
Well,
bucks too.
if you milk the Billy goat, then he will buck you.
I ain't milking no
Don't be
billy goat. I
milking the
ain't
belly
milking no
goat.
goat.
Can you imagine that? Milking the belly goat? That ain't gonna work. You're not gonna get milk.
Mm-mm.
Hey, shut up,
Such a racket.
Jeff.
Hi, Dixie.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. We just got home from having dinner with our parents.
That's good.
Yeah, it was nice. Nice to get out.
Yeah, true.
Everybody needs to get out once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we,
still taste
we drove
cake
up
on
to Sugar Creek and went to Amish buffet place up there. It bit expensive for lunch, but it'll be a one-time thing.
Fleshcraft, you're the
19
only one I can't hear still really good.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but it's like a stress. Like I can hear Eric and Bear really, really good. And then you almost sound like you're muffled.
Muffled? Let me
My
see.
next door neighbor can hear me when I'm whispering.
You got one volume, Jeff?
No, not yet.
Hey,
No.
how's that? That better?
Now you sound like everybody else.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what happens when you go to somebody that has StreamYard. They turn me down, and then whenever I go to like here, I have to readjust my sound because I was turned down somewhere else.
Well, I'll just leave that.
I could, but I won't do it. But there's a way around it. I can make it to where only administrators can adjust my sound, but that would probably crash somebody else's system.
Mm.
No. Well, I will say this. If we get paid tomorrow, like I think I will, I'm taking Dixie out to eat.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
There's a restaurant in a little town where we was raised up at called Danny's Cafe and Catering. Danny's. And I've been looking at them. For a person, about $15 per person. That ain't bad, not nowadays.
Yeah.
And everything's home cooked meals.
That'll get you an appetizer down here. 15
Well,
bucks.
see, that it was, well, you might as well say $20 a person for the buffet, but it was and it was actually real mashed potatoes.
You're hearing this?
And
Pull up on YouTube.
well, I'll tell
Danny's
you, my first round, what I got mashed potatoes, chicken gravy, dressing, and it actually had sausage in the dressing too. Cream corn, fried chicken, because they have the Amish has the best fried chicken. Meatballs. It was like a Swedish meatballs.
So this is like not a salad bar.
And ham. And this is up in Strasburg, or not Strasburg, but Sugar Creek.
So it's not like a salad bar. That's like an all-you-eat buffet.
It's a buffet, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they had a salad section over there too, because I did get salad, so because I can't go eat somewhere without getting salad, Eric would have a fit.
I will too. Salad's good.
If it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, you liable to see me and Dixie up there tomorrow.
Josh
It
just
is.
fills up on meat and taters.
That's what I usually go
Yeah.
for, but
Go for the staples.
since being on a carnivore diet, it's like ooh, salad and stuff. And they had dessert too, but I didn't want to.
Oh, no.
I did have
Don't-
some bread pudding,
Yeah.
a little bit of it, and some roast beef too. And it was surprising because usually they have the Amish meatloaf, which meatloaf is really good.
If they've got that lemon pie or that cheesecake, first of all, I won't get nothing else to eat. I won't want to eat to the table.
It's Amish buffet. They have
Nice.
pies and desserts and stuff like that.
We have a lot of restaurants here where it's all home cooking. Like everything is
Yeah.
everything,
Really?
all the breads, everything is all done right there in the restaurant.
Yeah.
I don't think we have like too many food chain places. I mean, we have just like everyone else. You got your McDonald's, you have
But you ain't got as many, correct?
on the other side of town, they have like Panera Bread. And what is that place that I've never been to and don't care to? Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Yeah, I've never been there and I don't want to.
Yeah, that's ranked the dirtiest restaurant in America is Chipotle's.
Josh has never been there either. I guess he went when he was in Ohio and he said he got ill. So we
I
don't
wouldn't
go
doubt
there.
it.
But and then we have
Hopefully, it wasn't the one in Zanesville.
It was.
It was. That's why.
and then the other side of town we've got Texas Roadhouse. We have an
That's
Applebee's
good.
and we have Pizza Hut
Jersey Mike's.
and Jersey Mike's. Those are like
Pizza Hut is not what it used to be.
is that the only chains we have? I think that's the only chains we have. Otherwise, it's all just family-run businesses, mom and pops. Yep.
Do
That's all
do any of y'all have a Kickback Jack restaurant?
A what?
It's called Kickback Jack Restaurant.
No.
Kickback.
I mean,
Y'all
we
get it,
can go at any restaurant and kick on back, but
Oh, I can tell you.
I mean, we did that tonight.
When I kick back like that, they ask me to leave. They want me to put my shoes back on and pants.
Well, if that just open, it'd probably the best time to go to eat there. If you want a Chipotle, that'd be the best time, because after it's been there for a while,
Yeah.
and it's just not me saying that. That's been voted the dirtiest place to eat is Chipotle.
I won't
The
tell you
first 6 months
exactly.
the restaurant opens up is the best.
Like the place we
I'm
went
sorry.
tonight.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
I was telling you to go ahead. I apologize.
The place we went tonight, when you walk in, it's got like everything is just blackened wood. Like everything is just wood and rails and plants. And when you walk up the ramp, there's bears on each side. I think there's a moose over on the way over our side. And then you walk up and there's this big barn door that's like heavy. So they always have it. Oh, and when it's closed, it has one of the big door knockers. But they usually have it open with like a bear laying down, like to hold it open. And when you walk in, there's like 2 of those. What are they called? The big wood thing that burns wood.
What's the
Fireplace.
fireplace?
No, they have a fireplace in the other room. When you first walk in, they have the big boys, the big round suckers with the things.
Smokestack.
a big round
It's just a
sucker with
stove. It's
things.
just a big. They're huge stoves. So they have two of them when you walk in. Obviously, they're not on this time
Pot
of year.
belly stove.
Yeah. So this way and that way is a dark, dark room, and they both have like fireplaces. Everything's really rustic. And then you go over all the way through the restaurant, and there's a big garden room. And
Sounds like it's very hot.
Ever since I was a little kid,
Yeah, really.
the whole garden room is like super air conditioned, but the whole thing is a garden. So like
Oh,
since I was
that'd
a
be
little
cool.
kid, they've had like these plants there like that long. Like if you want a clipping of their plants, you just ask, they just give you one.
Oh, that's
'Cause-
cool.
Yeah. That's how I've gotten a lot of my pothos and my spider plants. So, and they're a pretty high end restaurant. I mean, seafood, steaks, bison, prime rib, anything, filet mignon. I mean, all kinds of fishes, swordfish, shark, yeah, carp. No, they didn't have carp. I was saying what you were saying. They didn't have carp.
Cal, is
They
the
had
carp half
codfish.
price?
No, they had cod, but seriously.
No, it's free.
But it's so good though, and it's like really good cuts of meat and really good veggies and all you can eat salad bar, and they've got a good salad bar. Their olives are like that big, and they take the pits out. They finally started taking the pits out because Josh almost broke his teeth. But and the salad bar is huge. They come out with like those big pitchers, and they just fill it, and then they're constantly packing it with ice. And everything you can think of is on there. And a lot of times I just go and I eat salad bar for $14 because it's like everything you can think of is on there. And if you walk away from this place like hungry, there's something wrong with you. But the prices are good. All you can eat salad bar, and I'm telling you, it's all you can eat salad bar is like $14 with soup.
If
But-
I could eat like I used to, they would throw me out of it all you can
Oh,
eat.
I know. I had two big plates of food and one plate of salad, and I was done. And that's not
I can't-
normal for me.
You're
I
higher
can't
end
even eat
seafood
a
and
kid's meal now.
it's what, $29, $29.35.
35.
Yeah, 29 and 35 for like your seafood and like your high end prime ribs. But still, $29.35 plus it comes with salad bar.
Still come out cheaper than Mickey D's though, didn't
And
you?
there's the whole garden room. It's got skylights and all of it's like rustic. It's like a log. Well, it's like a whole place is a log cabin, and it's got the solarium, like the windows all the way around. It's pretty cool, but it's all covered in plants, so you feel like you're in a jungle.
Now,
Anyways,
what's the name of this restaurant?
what?
What was the name of the restaurant?
Like, you ain't got one there because this is
Well, geez, that's a lot.
I have one nearby somewhere.
it's an old family restaurant that has been run just by family.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And if I told you, you'd all want to come up here.
That's
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Hey,
Jimmy,
we're having a bad storm. I could lose power any minute. The lights were flickering for the past half hour. I was outside. The house got struck by lightning. The whole house shook,
Oh wow, yeah.
and it's barely raining.
Is it an ice storm? Because you look frozen. Oh, there he is. He's moving.
Okay,
You would think it would be the opposite.
always upstairs in the hallway, shaking like a leaf.
Aw.
Am I frozen? Okay, I'm not.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, I guess he had the rain earlier, Bushcraft.
Yeah, we were coming home and it was pouring down.
Like, are you in Ohio? Because you mentioned the other night.
I'm fine driving it's the other people I worry about. It's all of a sudden because you couldn't see anything, but I can pay attention to the lines and stuff of the road. And then I seen red lights in front of me, and I started slowing down, and they were swerving like crazy up there, hydroplaning on the water. And I'm like, just drive, don't freak out.
I had to come in mid-afternoon because we had a thunderstorm, and it was this is worse. It's mostly old lightning and thunder without hardly any rain.
Oh, we had that a couple days ago.
We ain't had no rain in I don't know how long.
Well, we can use the rain. The ground dries out so quick this time of the year.
Yeah, I was listening to radio, and I actually come across, and it's a rural thing, and they talk about farming and stuff a lot. And they were talking about, I forget what the term is called, but I think it's skim and till. It's where they skim the layer off of their field, and they put fertilizer down, and then they put the soil back on, and then they till it, and then they plant their crops down. And what it does is when they do this, when they know they have an idea it's going to be a dry year, so when it's dry, roots for the plant will go down deep, and once they go down deep, they'll hit that fertilizer, and that'll help them grow more, instead of fertilizing on top and waiting for the rain to come down.
Well, the thing I've noticed is
Look at that. Look at those.
That's not right, Blake.
hey, Eric,
Hey,
hey, that looks tasty. If you run it till ground, Penn State did studies. If you run it till ground, breaking up the soil on the surface kind of there's like a layer that it causes. If you run it till the ground, not plowing disc, if you break up the top 3 to 6 inches of soil, the powder, it'll keep the moisture like down below the vertical line.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know whose steak that was, but that was cooked perfect.
was that prime rib, Lake?
What?
What kind of meat was that you just showed?
Cow.
Well, what kind of meat?
What kind of cow?
That was prime rib.
That's what I thought. Wow.
It was a dead cow.
Yeah. Okay. We got something like it in Durham, North Carolina, called the Red Barn.
Is it a mom and pop?
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you hear that thunder, Bushcraft?
Yeah. Or Jeff farted.
That was my belly.
No, it was thunder.
Okay, it looks like the girls aren't going live. I didn't see anything.
That's a little bit late now, ain't it?
Well, they usually go at 9. That's why I double check to make sure, unless they're going live on their other channel. But yeah, I don't see anything.
Blake, did you have company tonight? You look a little dressed up.
They went out to eat.
Oh, okay.
You must have missed the whole story.
well, Jim, which your hours change, tell your wife to get up at 8 o'clock.
No, she got home from work about 6:30, took a nap.
Well, then she should have been done by 8.
No, she didn't get on the computer at 8. I had time to email Bushcraft to tell him I'd be here at 9.
Is she fine?
No. Life of Bobby said one that ain't moving.
I'm not moving. I don't mind being frozen. It's hot out.
Not moving, mooing. You know, cow, moo,
Okay.
moo, 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 moo.
I'm probably the only one that freezes on YouTube.
Yep.
Pretty much.
It's happened to 101 a few times.
I
Man, look
freeze
at that picture
sometimes.
now.
Well, that's good. I'm staying frozen and smiling.
You should just make it your avatar like that. Doesn't bother getting camera.
Or you just say, smile if you peed the bed last night.
If I peed the bed, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Well, you know, as we get older, sometimes, you know,
Accidents happen.
And all the time.
I haven't reached that crisis yet.
what you do?
Jim be
Jim, you have-
sleeping on the couch.
I hear an echo.
We figure people that have bladder control problems, it wouldn't matter if they're on the bed or a couch.
And I can say,
It would, yeah, it would. If your wife is sleeping right next to you, it would matter a lot.
Wait a minute, that's when I get my best night's sleep. It's when I piss Dixie off, she tells me to sleep on the couch.
So my wife's been sleeping next to me for over 36 years now. And she can sleep through these storms. There's times already where I've gone to bed and woke her up and told her we lost power.
Why'd you wake her up?
Just to let her know that the alarm's not going to go off on the clock.
You guys
If I woke
probably
my
so
wife
used
up
to
and tell her we lost power, I would lose the power.
it. Do you really need alarm to get up though? You're probably so used to it. You wake up.
I don't use an alarm. My wife sets her alarm, but she gets up and turns it off before it goes on.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm thinking, why set the alarm if you're going to get up before the alarm goes off?
Just in case. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like
There
me.
is-
I can't stand. It would irritate me for a month if I showed up to work late.
Oh, no.
And people do it all the time there. They'll show up 15, 20 minutes, an hour late. And I'm like, and they don't pay attention. Nobody says anything. They just go. I'm like, depending on where you work at, if you're late more than twice, you're gone.
The thing is, the person that opens the store has to be there on time, and the store's going to open late.
Well, usually the managers are never late, so
That's probably why they're managers.
it's the other people who don't show up.
The only time
I have had my boss man to call me up at home and ask me, was I coming in to work today? I roll over, look at the clock, and hey, we lost power.
The only time I ever set my alarm is when I have to be at the dentist early.
Shit, that's when I wouldn't set it.
Well, I always set the alarm, but it's usually I'm shutting it off before, or I'm up. I'll get up in like an hour before that and be ready to go.
You want to hear something?
Yeah.
I have a clock in our bedroom. It's an alarm clock. It's the one my parents got for me when I was a little kid. Can you believe that thing still works?
Do you wind it up?
No, it plugs into the wall and it's always warm.
Oh,
That thing is
Did we had power back then?
that thing. They got that for me when I was in first grade, I guess. That thing's about 58 years old,
huh.
and it still works.
I'm surprised they had power back then.
Well, that was the 60s, Jeff. 1960s.
We didn't get power to the house till what? I don't know. I was too young to remember. But Daddy always told me in order for them to have power on Saturday, they have to flip the switch Wednesday.
Yeah, when I was living with my grandpa, because I don't remember having power before that. I'm sure we did because when I lived with my dad and whatnot, but he didn't have power until I think I was probably 12 when he ended up moving into a mobile home, because it's just easier on him. And
Really?
no running water, no power, use the outhouse and everything. And well, I've told the story about me going to school and not knowing I was outside looking for the outhouse.
Yeah.
And and people were like, you don't have a bathroom in the house? And I said, no, it's out back. It said everything goes down the hole. And they're like, where do you leave it in the hole? I'm like, I've never messed with it. I don't know.
I think the people in this area got power at least in the early 1920s, because my dad, when he grew up, he was born in 1924. They always had electricity.
Well, he was just off grid. There was no electricity out there because it was the same place. He lived in the same place that he lost his two brothers in the coal mine explosion, because he was when he wasn't working, he was security for the coal mine. And that day he was sick. He had a high temperature, and he went home early for lunch, and that's when the mine accident happened. And he went inside and carried out his brothers and his friends and people that didn't have. And it was and the only explosion part was toward the top, the ones, and I can't remember how far deep it was, but the people down below all died from the gas.
What caused the mine to collapse?
It wasn't a collapse; it was an explosion.
It was an explosion. Okay, that's even worse.
The first person he seen was one of his friends. Was standing there with a lunch pail in his hand, sitting on something, and his head was gone. It completely blew his head off. Yeah, he sick and everything. He still went down and helped because he had to set the alarm and everything, and people started coming in. And there's still, and on the thing, it still says there were survivors. The survivors were in the office. Yeah. And the people who died were all in the mine. And till this day, that the plaque that they have up, if it's still up there, it says 13 or 16 survivors out of the 80 some people. And the only reason my grandpa survived was he was sick, and he went back to his place for lunch. And I'm actually named after one of it would have been my great uncle. Yeah, because his name was actually Charlie, but on his birth certificate was Charles.
One thing they didn't do, I guess, back in those days is accurately map where the coal mines are. I remember a few years ago hearing a story somewhere near Pittsburgh. I didn't even know they had coal mining there. Somewhere in the Pittsburgh area, like kids were walking and they fell into a mine shaft where the ground just gave way.
Oh yeah.
You gotta take your pills.
Yeah, a lot of them are close. Well, you can still walk the area, but it's been a lot of that's been caved in and filled. When I was there, you could see the structure um, that was left after the explosion, and I think that's why they hit somebody hit a gas main or not a gas main, but a vein, and it exploded, and then the gas seeped down into the mine afterwards.
And I guess they had lanterns, with a flame in them.
Yeah, they were the old fashioned ones where it's I forget what they're called. 101 knew what they were called. I can't remember. But they took birds down into the mine
Yeah.
to see, and if the bird died, get the heck out.
Yeah, if a canary in the cage went kerplunk or started suffering, they knew to get out of the mines.
Yeah, but usually, depending where you were at when it happened, chances are you weren't getting out anyway.
True. Can y'all hear the peep toads? Are we good?
Yeah.
Well, fair, the nearest coal mining to my area is way to the north, like up where the Centralia mine fires still exist.
Yeah. But
That was a rough job being coal miner.
what'd you say, Eric?
I said it was tough work being a coal miner.
It's so weird that you're the only mic that Jim echoes on.
Yeah, I know. This started with Jim came up.
That's so weird.
James, you need to take care of it.
Yeah, I have the YouTube window muted.
So my great grandfather, he got mustard gas in World War I. So he lost one lung to that. And then when he came back to the States, he worked in a coal mine in Pennsylvania where he got black lung.
Yeah.
And that's what finally did it.
Yeah. That was one thing my grandpa said, that no relative of mine will ever go into a mine. He says, if I ever, which, he's done past now, but he said, if I ever hear, and he was talking about mainly his kids, but he meant it for anybody in the family. He would go in the mine and drag you out of that mine, and you would not go back in. And I was, he had got, after that, he had got money every month because of the black lung.
No. Eric, you need to mess with your reverb a little bit.
It's not me.
Yeah, it's Jim.
It's Jim.
I wasn't even talking.
Roberts too.
Every time Jim or Eric talks, it comes through Jim's speaker.
Jim, bounce out, come back in, and watch it correct itself.
No, look when I'm talking, Jim doesn't light up. Well, make me a liar now.
Actually,
I muted it for a second.
he's lit up the whole time. You should make him, Jim, go out and come back in like I had to.
Okay, I'll do that.
Don't get lost.
Quick, lock the door.
Okay, Eric, go ahead and talk.
The nerve of these people blaming me. I'm telling
See?
you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great.
Wait a minute. You said you had an outhouse when you was coming up.
Yeah.
Man, you living high on the hog. We didn't have one.
Okay, Eric mentioned gas. You want to hear a story?
About gas?
Well, with World War One, nobody on my father's side of the family died in World War One. But my mother lost two uncles in World War One on her father's side. They came back. They were alive, but the gas eventually killed them. The mustard gas,
Oh,
where it burns your lungs.
oh yeah.
You don't recover from it.
No, you don't.
Good night, Sandy. I didn't see Sandy in here earlier.
I didn't either.
Night, Sandy.
Good
Hi,
night.
Sandy.
Sorry, Sandy. I'm gonna say
Is there any echo through my side?
Well,
Because of Eric talking, or
No, you're all right now.
yeah, it's good.
I mean, there's some. I'm not going to say there are. I've seen some people's YouTube channels where certain people, every time they talk, it's like a reverb, where it's a time delay where you're hearing their voice, the same syllable, for several seconds, and that is so annoying when that happens.
Yeah. Well, with this, if you got your picture or your camera going, it has a line around your picture when you talk. Now, if you got the icon, it just shows a little flash behind your icon when you're talking.
Yeah.
That's how I could tell, because every time Eric would talk, your picture would light up.
So what causes that?
It just you didn't come in, or it didn't load or something. Because a lot of times I'll have to wait until when you come in, it'll say loading, and I have to wait a few minutes before it gets in there.
It's okay, Jim. I came in and I didn't load right either.
Well, the funny thing is, anytime I've done a stream or
My name is back now on chat.
Oh, you figured it out?
No, I didn't touch.
Oh,
nothing.
it's
just by itself.
oh, it flipped up.
because on StreamYard you'll see the person's face as soon as they get in there. But this is different. Streamlabs.
No,
The
Charles
person's
has
face.
to look at
You'll
you
see the
before.
person's face in the window, so you can add them.
No, I can see I can see you. There's no reason for you to see everybody's information over there. It's more secure if only the host has access to that stuff. Let's see.
Yep, Dana's is back too. That's good.
Oh,
They're all
yeah,
back.
Bushy Bot. Well, I wish they'd make up their mind which one they're doing.
I know a guy.
Yes, Eric. You know a guy,
And that's all I'm saying. Right, Grace? Forget about it.
what does this guy do?
It's just
Is he a good
Names,
guy?
I can't divulge all of this information.
basically anything that you ever need done. The fact that you can say, I know a guy. That's the whole point, Jim.
Okay. It could be a plumber, or it could be a handyman.
No, I mean,
Well, we
anything.
normally
Anything.
deal in waste. We normally deal in waste management.
I was going to say, you forget where Eric's from,
Cleanup crew, anything.
New Jersey. Have you
We
ever
are
watched
good
Sopranos?
No, but it's the kind of thing where they might put people in cement or something.
Plead the fifth.
On the grounds that it might incriminate me.
Right.
Like you might know someone who has a wood chipper, and you might know someone else who has a lot of access to bleach. I don't know.
Well, we use them up in Fargo.
People in the know always have a guy.
Well, there's some tough ladies that'll take care of this.
It ain't what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah, who you know. Yeah,
That could be a bad thing too.
Yeah, Grace, if somebody disappears in a swamp, it might be hard to ever relocate them.
The swamps of Secaucus.
Really?
That's it, great. Uh-huh.
Yeah, we found out that quicksand wasn't much of a problem as we thought it would be with kids.
Okay, you get up in the areas like Long Island where it's sandy. There's probably quicksand.
It's
Look
not
at
Long
look at
Island.
Grace here. She's
Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
work great.
Okay, that sounds like Arc
We're the
Living.
Bronx. She knows.
That's something Arc
Yeah.
Living would say. 50-gallon drum.
Yep.
Yep.
don't
It's not
get
Long
don't get
Island.
on Grace's bad side.
You
It's
figure
not Long Island. It's Long Island.
unless the person is like 500 pounds, you could fit a decent sized person in a 50-gallon drum.
We're not talking about people here.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Jim.
It'd be more like quicksand.
You did not hear what I said.
No, I didn't.
I was muted.
You're muted.
Well, there's no quicksand in this area, and there really aren't any swamps either.
We could
Right.
make
Go
that happen.
down south.
What, Philadelphia is a big swamp there.
Bring a big old.
Well, figuratively speaking, it is a big swamp. If Philadelphia just sank in the quicksand, I don't think it would be missed one bit.
One good place is the Pine Barrens. Yeah,
Yeah, Jersey Devil lives there. Just blame it on that.
exactly.
My wife's brother used to live out in the Hamilton area. It's all sand, but actually, there's areas where it's really swampy, where you see cattails growing.
So what is it? Swamp sand?
Well, it's swamp. If you go into South Jersey and you would drill, you'd hit water at 40 feet down. The whole area is regulated for like minimum lot size for building a house. There really isn't much new development in there because it's the Pine Barrens.
Yeah, you see that
Well, the
episode on Sopranos where they went out in the woods
Yeah,
to take care of somebody,
they're trying to get the guy from Russia.
and they got lost.
Yeah, it was,
I'm gonna die.
Oh, come on.
and then their Cadillac wouldn't start.
They're fighting. What were they fighting over? Somebody had a candy bar or a cracker or something.
Christopher was hiding like baby Ruths or something.
You know how far you have to go down to dig to get water here?
Probably over 100 feet.
15 to 25 feet at the foot of the mountain.
I got to take somebody out. I'll be back in a minute, bushcraft.
How about up higher though?
And it's between 25 and 100 feet at the top of the mountain.
I know we got a place out here. All you got to do is just step right and water start pouring out.
Oh, yeah, we've got place. No, I mean, it's a little ways from us, but it's like one of those meadowees, they call it. It's swampy, like wetlands. We have a lot of wetlands,
Yeah,
and they're protected too because of all the birds and everything that lives in it.
yeah. Swamps have lost a lot of birds. That's why our bugs are so bad anymore.
Our wetlands are all protected as well. Nobody can touch them. I mean, you can go there, but you have to stay on the trails.
Yeah.
They made like these wooden bridges that you go over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's for your protection.
Exactly. Well, it's for your protection and also for the wetlands
And
So
and,
they-
and your shoes.
and your shoes. Yeah.
So you get to take them with you.
Yeah. So, yeah. if
Nothing
you're
worse than stepping in something and then you lose your shoe and you have to dig down and try to get it.
I've done that.
Yeah, so have I. Don't leave that shoe behind.
Especially when you were a kid
Yeah.
and you like playing in the mud to begin with. Boy, Mama, she hated me when it rained.
I remember, and this has been a while ago, but um, down at Lake Park, there's a big section where it when it rains, they get a big mud puddle out there, and um, I told the kids go ahead and play in the mud puddle, and I took a picture of them. Oh, that's disgusting! What are you doing? That's horrible! You're a horrible parent, this and that. I'm like, you never played in a mud puddle when you were a kid.
Heck, not yeah. The parents and grandparents here, they'll get right in the mud puddle with you. We love mud puddles.
Yeah.
We call it puddle plopping.
Yeah, and they run real fast and slide, and it mud slinging all over the place, and they're muddy from head to toe. And I just took them over the water hose, sprayed them off, and we went home. And they
Well,
took
now-
baths when they got home, so it's like they stayed in mud their whole life.
I just shared this the other day.
Yeah.
The way I raised my kids.
Now, when me and Dixie first got married, I done heating in there, crawled up underneath houses and everything. The rainy season come along. I think it was within the first 6 months we was married. I got to crawl up underneath the house and hook up ductwork and everything. I come home. Dixie met me at the front door. She said, "You go to the back door, you strip down."
Yeah.
Before I could even come
Yeah.
into the house. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, I worked. Was like a tire place where they strip the tires off, and when you, and I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but you would come out and you were black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just soot and stuff, and
Well, it's also rubber.
you would shake and the stuff would fly all over the place. So where I used to live down in Zanesville, my wife told me to come into the back. So at the back deck area, I would strip, and then she would spray me down with the hose before I come in. Well, she stopped doing that when she found out that the girls next door was watching.
You weren't stripping for the girls next door, I hope.
Well, I was just getting cleaned off. It didn't bother me none. I'd spray me off, and I'd come in and head up and get in the shower and clean off. Yeah. They made a hoot or a holler over there, and she turned over there and get your butt in the house right now.
Oh no.
I missed part of the story.
That sounded like no matter which way you turn, you got in trouble.
Oh yeah.
I missed part of the story taking the dog out. What did you get dirty from? I heard you say something about tires.
Yeah, it was a place where we spare tires or bad tires would come in. We would take the treads off. It was a big blade that spun around, and then you would toss it over, and then they would another knife would cut up the tread, and then another one would chop it up in little pieces, and then by that time all that dust and stuff would be up.
All that rubber, yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I used to go to dirt track racing back when I was a teenager down in Flemington, and that's circle track, sprint cars. And
Yeah.
my friend had a gas generator and a 100-gallon air compressor tank in the back of his truck, because when the race was over, your hair, you were just matted down with dirt. Everywhere,
Yeah.
dirt. And
Except for where you wear goggles.
he had a air sprayer, and he'd start at the top of you do it yourself. start at the top of your head, you go all down, get all off your clothes. I mean, that's kind of similar to what you're talking about, Charles, with all the crap flying
Well, you got to
around.
look at it. Look at it like this. We lucky ones. We know what dirt track racing was.
Oh yeah,
People nowadays don't.
midget car racing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh, they actually let me on with my Monte Carlo, and I was sliding all over the place. If drifting wasn't a thing, I invented it back then, but it was probably a thing. But because I had big 50 slicks on the back end of my Monte Carlo, so I was sliding around there like crazy. And about 3 or 4 rounds, I had to get off because the mud was so caked up under the wheel wells.
Why not just
I had-
using the air
I had-
compressor to clean off the radiator fins on the tractor? You get covered with dust, and then I use the air compressor to clean my body off. One thing you got to watch using an air compressor is you don't want to spray. Like if you're spraying your head to get the crud off, you got to watch. You could damage your eardrum if the air gets in the ear from the pressure.
Coming up, I had 60s on my car, and rear wheel drive is what it was. I would find dirt roads just to cut up on, you know, and I could go down the dirt road running about 25, 30 and just turn it around as pretty as you please back then.
Now, Jeff, it was
Damn.
rear-wheel drive. What did you do with the front wheels?
They drifted with the back wheels.
I forget what I got. I got the rear end out of because I put posi on the back of mine.
And it was a Monte Carlo.
Yeah, I forget what I got it out of.
What
It
year
was the
was
same size. I think it
What
might have
year?
been from the Corvette too.
What year car?
The Monte Carlo was a 73, unfortunately.
What was there with the 73?
The Corvette had an independent rear suspension. You had a straight axle. It would have been
Yeah.
GM 8 body. Would have been a Buick. Would have been
I
out of
don't
an
know.
old.
I can't remember. We had. I know the motor came from the Corvette, a 68.
Was it 350 or 454
Yeah,
motor?
350. And I actually had to put beefed up the front, which I didn't learn right away, and figured out that putting air shocks in the back and not beefing up the suspension in the front, ball joints
Mhm.
broke all the dang time.
Mhm.
Be driving down the road.
they have quite a few.
That is a scary feeling.
Well, at first, yeah. After the first time, I knew what it was and wasn't a big deal.
Yeah.
And I'd call up the car and or the mechanic, which was a friend of mine, and we'd be up all night working on it. And the first time it was hard doing the ball joint. After that, it was like 20 minutes and we were done.
How soon did
How
the ball
hard is
joint
it
break?
to change the ball?
You guys would have
How
to say that.
hard is it?
Go ahead, Jeff.
How hard is it to change out the ball joints? That's about the only thing I've not done.
Depends if you have the tool or not.
It's probably hard to get those off.
The hardest part is compressing the spring so it doesn't break your jaw in half.
The coil springs.
Yep.
Well, they make a tool where you
You can
bang it in and it spreads it
I've
apart.
Yeah, it's a press.
I've got that tool.
Yeah. And then they to put it on, there's another tool that has clamps like that, and then you twist it up and it pops it in.
For the desk.
I know the tool you're talking about. I don't got that one.
Yeah, I think I still have it out there somewhere. I've never used this one. The one I had before I used. I think I went through 6 of them
Good God.
until until we learned about suspension. I went and put the suspension.
That's
No,
one of them.
that's not it right there.
Yeah. That's
No,
what you put seals in with.
it's actually it's kind of like a tuning fork. It's you it
Right.
it slides in and it has a bar at the end because you can bang it in and then you can pop it.
Yeah.
I think Lake's showing a press though for
Yeah, I was showing the press.
Yeah, that's not it either. It's just a fork.
Oh, it's a fork one?
Yeah, it just has 2 little prongs on it and
Yeah,
it's tapered
just-
off like this. So
I
when
just
you
had that up, but I
bang
just
it in, it spreads it apart. And like I said,
Yeah, I've got that tool. I've got the fork tool.
oh, that's the other
Now,
part. Yeah,
pulley.
yeah.
That's a pulley.
yeah, that's the other part for
that.
setting it in.
That looked like you could pull a harmonic balancer with that.
I'll
too.
get there.
But then we did away with the nowadays nowadays they have such cool things for suspension, but back then I actually put a small truck, not a big truck, springs on the front,
Oh,
and we beefed up the back suspension so you could lift it up. It wasn't. And it's a 73 Monte Carlo is a big long car.
yeah.
So that's the reason why all the ball joints were going out, because of the distance and the pressure of it. So once I still raised up the back end, and we even tried. We got rid of the air shocks, and then I put these extenders. Yeah,
That's
that's it
it.
right there.
One of the four.
It's extenders, which those didn't work either because a few bumps and they snapped and the back end fell. But eventually we ended up figuring it out and fixing the back end.
Well, now, when I worked with Walmart back there at Tire Changing Place, we had, I think it was Chevrolet Love come in. And I got looking up underneath it. Per wheel or per spring in the back, he had 2 4x4s cut.
Yeah, I seen that.
Broke up.
Yeah, the 2x4 with the little cut in it. The bottom one had a cut in it, and they pushed it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen
I'm
that.
sitting there, I'm laughing. That's the first time I ever seen that done.
It works until it doesn't.
For a while, right?
You hit a hole and they fall out.
Would it be better to use pressure treated wood to withstand the elements?
It's not the elements.
It's just the
The element could be the driver.
Yeah,
But then pressure treated wood could crack easier than just regular lumber.
yeah. Nowadays they got these things that you put in there, and you can air. They're like air shocks, but they're so much stronger.
coilovers.
Yeah, and
I
yeah,
hate air.
those are nice though now.
Air shocks were big in the late 70s, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
you couldn't hook the rear end off the line, in a race because it's just bouncing all over the place.
yeah.
Bushcraft likes when trucks with air shocks that are up high come to Royal King and need concrete or cement bags loaded.
Do you know the main reason they come out with air shocks, really, is for moonshiners? Because when they put all that liquid in the back would go down. They put air shocks on it to raise it up to where it looked like they didn't have nothing back there.
Was that in cars or trucks, Jeff?
really.
or.
Whatever they All right.
A lot of times they did trucks, but they had 2 tanks on that.
One with
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And what the tank they used for that was in between the iframes.
Yeah.
And Dana, I just read today they are stopping a whole bunch of fireworks this year. I think California is not having none this year.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, because of the fire danger. Because they've had fires.
No, it ain't fire danger. It's something else. It's for certain people wanting to start a whole bunch of trouble.
Yeah.
Because the fireworks would cover
That's-
up the sound of something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they've had fires north of me and a lot in South Jersey this year.
I don't think this town here has had fireworks on the 4th of July for probably 20 years at least.
I heard that about Ohio. I told Josh and the family that's weird. Like
Yeah.
they have these designated towns and they can have it. The same thing with trick or treating. It's like,
Yeah.
everybody here just does it, and like from towns, and then it's awesome because we live like right at the foot of the mountains. So like wherever we go, there's a mountain. So we're like in this like bowl of the mountains, and it just echoes. Like,
Well, the thing for trick or treating,
we can see it too.
it's kind of cool and not, but because nobody has it on Halloween. But
Oh, yeah.
like
Just got a different town.
Stockton here will have it on one day, and then we go to West Lafayette, and then we can go, and then Newcomers Town's on the next day. So we can go date, or sometimes they'll be nice to have it on the same day, and have 2 hours here and then 2 hours at the next place.
Right.
Yeah.
Josh said by the time the end of the week, y'all would have like a big thing again.
Yeah.
That's
I
awesome.
think the best fireworks show I ever seen was at Myrtle Beach when they had it over the ocean out.
New York still is the best one
I remember going to Valley
I've
Danger
seen.
and
I'm not coming to
1970s.
New York. Actually.
Yeah, Valley Forge National Park had a 45-minute display. It was probably the best one I ever saw.
That's about what we have up here, anywhere between 35, 45 minutes.
And with every township around here, if we go on our deck, we're not even on the highest elevation. If we go on the deck, we could probably see 4 fireworks displays in one direction and 2 or 3 across from the house.
Yeah.
And the dog just goes nuts. I actually had to put her in a cage. She's so
Yeah.
much.
I think there's,
No,
you can get something from the vet if it's real bad, like days before, but you got to really put in for that, and then just, you keep it on hand for those really bad times like 4th of July. Because for some dogs, that's a lot. It's a lot.
She'll be okay.
Yeah.
She's probably sleeping in a cage now.
We've got them off the mountains, and then we have them over the lake, and it's pretty cool. I need a doggy massage.
Eric's real good at giving massages.
If we were half a mile from our house,
Oh, God.
up to Northampton High School, you could see almost every fireworks display in the whole county. You could even see stuff going on in Philly because it's one of the highest points around here.
I've never been a fan of fireworks. Just because I grew up seeing them so many times in a year.
Yeah, we don't go anymore since the kids have gotten older. No one really cares because you can sit out back or on your front porch and just see them.
Well, I can now
Yeah.
because I don't have a tree in the way.
Oh, well, we still have lots of trees in the way, but you can still see them.
Plus, if you go to a display like that, that could cause hearing damage.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what happened to my leg. I was getting off the roof of the garage because the tree was in the way. because we couldn't see. So I lifted all the kids up on top of the garage roof, and then they were over, and I was getting down so I could get the rest of the kids down and put my foot through the window, and
Oh gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
How many years ago was that bushcraft?
many.
What?
I think it was
I
in
don't know.
2006. I think 2008, something like that.
So going on 20 years.
Was it
When I
raining?
first moved down here, they did fireworks. They do them out on a barge now, but they did them right on the beach. And
It is a lot.
these
Yeah.
were headbangers. I mean, these were huge fireworks, and you'd get the fallout after they'd explode up there. And I'm like, what is all this crap hitting my face?
Oh
And all
yeah.
of this debris coming down on the whole ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing this again.
That's what they do in the lake. So they have like this big boat that goes out there, and they have boats that go out there and do them. And you got one boat that does these, and one boat that does this, and this one boat does the things where like they go up in the air, and then they like make like a picture in the sky, and then from that picture they like explode into like, and then some things like I don't know how they get them to do this, but
Hey,
it's
Ed.
just that it's in the firework itself, but
Yeah.
they get this like each firework has another firework and another firework,
Right.
Yeah.
but then they make like these cool displays in the sky that's like, but up at the lake they do them every Thursday, every Saturday, and the 4th of July. It's like up here as soon as May hits, it's like just fireworks just whenever.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason.
I'm surprised that they're not going off right now. Last year, I actually had to bring my rabbits in because they freak out. Rabbits were really bad about that, and I
Yeah.
brought my rabbits in, and they stayed in the kitchen, and all the cats were up here in the bed, cuddled up, because the neighbors were shooting off fireworks and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't say nothing. I don't complain about fireworks or anything like that. But you know, as long as you're there with the animal, there you keep them calm and stuff.
yeah, we don't even have a noise ordinance where we live. And there's,
Yeah.
I mean, you can call, but they can't. They can go over and be like, "Hey, can you shut
Yeah.
it down?" But they can't make you because there's no law saying.
Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah.
police around here won't do anything, the state police, unless somebody complains. And what
Oh.
annoys me is we have a neighbor, before they passed away, they would shoot bottle rockets off, and they would always land on our property. And then when the grass is dry, that could start a fire.
I thought he said the priests don't do anything. I'm like, why are they? Priests ain't going to do nothing for
The
fireworks.
police, the state police, because we don't have local police in this township. And actually, there's a lot of townships closer to Philadelphia. I saw in the news a few months ago that were calling off the fireworks because they were afraid of what could happen with large crowd of people.
Yeah.
You think that's the reason 101's going to be working the 4th? Can you
don't know.
imagine?
Well,
He's going to be ticked off.
depends where he has to. He might be, directing traffic for the place that shoots him off, where everybody goes to sit down.
Right.
And that's
We
what-
got a park
birthday.
right around the corner.
You got a what on the corner?
We got a park right around the corner. Every year they do fireworks. We can't see nothing. We got too many trees in the way.
Get a tree stand and climb one, Jeff.
What's that?
Get a tree stand and climb a tree.
I'm too damn old for that. Trees wouldn't hold me up.
No, like you do what I've been bugging Bigfoot to do for me. I want a crow's nest. So you do a spiral staircase going all the way up the tree, and then you have a crow's nest up on top.
I had a
I can
friend
see
when I was
what
younger,
you're doing.
and he lived where there's a really good view. And we would get the ladder. He would get the ladder out, and it was a ranch house. We would get on the roof of the house, just going up to the roof of the garage, and we could see fireworks galore everywhere.
Go buy some meat by, eat some maker crows nest.
Yeah. One time we went down to where they shoot the fireworks off, and we got a spot and put our chairs out and everything. And then as soon as the fireworks are, everybody's rushing to get out, and I'm like, and the kids are getting in the truck and stuff, and I'm saying, set. We'll just wait here for a half an hour until everybody goes. And and we were set up across the street from an ice cream place, and everybody left and everything, and we're packing up. It was about half an hour later, and lady came out from the ice cream place and said, "You kids want some ice cream? We got some left over from what display or whatever they were doing." And the kids ran over there, and they all had free ice cream and stuff. And well, I'm glad. And kids were saying, "I'm glad we stayed around," because they were ready to get out of there. And I said, "No, we'll sit here and wait till everybody leaves, and then we'll go."
Yeah, I learned that mistake myself, trying to be out quick when it's over with.
Yeah.
Just sit back and let everybody else go.
Yeah, because all you're doing is going to set in traffic for double the time.
It may take you 20 minutes to get out of the parking lot, but it'll probably take you an hour to get up the road.
We went to my wife's family worked for the city in Columbus, and they have the big white and boom thing, and it's a big firework thing, and they have where the city park section is. It's all fenced in for the vehicles and stuff, and all the city people go there to set up and have barbecues and all kinds of stuff there. And that's where we went, and it would take, if somebody left there, it would take at least 3 hours to get out of the area to get to your home.
Yeah.
Downtown Columbus.
Josh brought me just by the outside of that place, and he talked to me about it and showed me where it was, and I looked at it, and I looked at him, and I'm like, please don't ever take me. I don't like anything city at all. And that does not even sound like fun. I don't want to go there.
Yeah. Everybody stayed there and continued the party afterwards, and we were shooting off fireworks there and everything. And we didn't leave there for probably, it was 3:00 in the morning by the time we left. Wow. And I had to come all the way from Columbus to Coshocton.
Right.
So by the time we got home, the sun was coming up.
Are you going to do it?
Kids were already out though.
Witchcraft, are you going to do a live stream on the 4th?
If it's, when is the 4th?
Friday.
Oh,
Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's on my days, yeah. But if not,
if we go watch fireworks this year, we're going to have to find a motel room. One of us drive after dark.
You got to be careful. You know what happens when you stay at a motel.
What happens at
Them days?
Well, there's some things online where I can show you how you can check the bed.
Well, I wasn't talking about that stuff.
Oh, okay.
You knew what I was talking about.
I was thinking about the little bug things or
well, it's not bugs.
or anything else. I don't know.
Black light, you'll see more than bugs.
Well,
check your mirrors first.
Now they have all those bougie duvet covers on everything.
I saw a video of how to show if it's a two-way mirror. Because if you put like a Band-Aid on it, you won't see the reflection up close.
Do you carry Band-Aids with you when you go to the motel?
I do.
Yeah.
Well, you take half your house.
I can't help it. I don't want to buy anything while we're there. I don't.
I'm surprised Bigfoot has a spot to sit when he drives.
Oh yeah, because we always see you when we leave. So yeah, you don't get to see the truck empty. Not that it's ever really empty, but you know what I mean. Yeah, we're pretty packed. We bring everything but the kitchen sink.
Poor Bigfoot. I feel sorry for him.
He's 2,000 away from 4,000. I thought he was just a couple away from 2,000.
He's
4,000.
just a
That's what
couple.
I
He's a
thought.
couple subs though to his next like 1,000. You know what I mean? Um.
Oh yeah,
So that means they got 2,000.
He's
It reached
just
2,000.
a little bit from 4,000.
yeah.
Yeah. He's at like 3,980 something. So he's just like
Okay.
20 some odd subscribers, I think. Yeah, he's
Well,
20 some odd subscribers to hit 4,000.
you realize it's taken me 2 years to get from 15,100 to 15,200. It's taken me 2 years to get 100 subs.
I just like I'm working on losing them.
Well, technically, I've gotten probably 1,000 subs, but I've lost a whole bunch from
Yeah,
their
too.
purges and stuff.
Yeah, and I'm still losing some every now and then. But
Yeah.
that's probably because I wasn't consistent, and then people maybe didn't like what I was doing now or then or whichever. But
Yeah,
I appreciate the ones who stay through it all.
yeah. I got
And the
I got a
purge.
lot this time because I did a lot more talking this time at the food summit. Because I
Nice.
went around talking to the people in the booths and stuff,
Right.
and the speakers. The real famous ones didn't talk to them much, but I got to meet a lot of the other people in the booths and stuff, and
I like how,
I've got my cards today, but they're in the car, so I can't show you them.
oh, sweet. I like how you called it the purge. Yeah, I lost over like 400 during that.
Yeah.
And you know what
Jennifer, I don't believe it.
I said? The purge.
Well, I don't know, and I have my other channel, and they're telling me they're going to demonetize me here soon because I haven't put content on it.
Yeah, that's
So
what happened
you need
to
to come
Josh.
back. You need to come back.
Oh, I don't even know if he got notifications on the Bigfoot channel. He lost his monetization on that a while back.
Yeah.
Why did he lose his monetization on his channel?
He didn't do anything on it for 8 months.
Yeah.
If you don't do anything on it after so long, I guess they give you a warning, but I don't know if you got one.
Yeah, they try to tell you to come back. Oh, hey, take a deep breath. We'll be back here to welcome you back. Oh, maybe they did. Maybe they already took it.
Depends on how old that notification is.
The 27th.
Well, I've gotten acquainted with a guy that has a YouTube channel. It's about finances and stuff and stocks. And he doesn't want to be monetized because so people don't have to see the commercials.
That doesn't make any difference. You still see commercials. Every channel there is sees commercials.
Yep.
If you're monetized or not.
Yep.
This is taking a break. YouTube and your community will be here to welcome you back and offer support when you return.
Drop the price and we'll return.
What prices? This
Well,
is
they
you.
went up.
That's StreamYard. I'm talking about YouTube.
Oh, okay.
You're not alone. Even the most successful creators need time off to keep the spark alive. And then they give me links to try to get my spark alive again, I guess.
All right.
You working Wednesday, bushcraft? Wednesday night?
No, I have a live Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I got a guest from, well, she's from Ohio too.
Oh.
She could almost come to your house to do the live.
Huh?
She could almost come to your house to do the live. Exactly.
That's the reason I hushed up.
This is, I'm not going to say anything.
Well, maybe she's from the opposite
That's the
end of
reason
the
I hushed up.
Tell us what's really on your mind, James.
You can have a cookout.
Not going to say anything.
But that's an idea.
Oh boy.
Cooking.
Yeah, I didn't understand why they were sending me this because I was away from my other channel for like 2 years and they never sent me anything. And I ended up lose my monetization with my gaming channel.
But it amazes me. I look at channels where they talk about stocks and finances, and some of these people have like a million subscribers. Then if you find their live going on, there might be like 150, 200 people watching them. You think they'd have?
It depends how old the channel is, and because like mine, I've got 34 people in here. But if you went back 3 years, 4 years, I would have 150, 200 people in here.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's not going to watch the show, even a replay, why are they still subscribed then?
Well, people just hit the button if they see something nice, or somebody needs help getting to a number or something, they'll go over and subscribe, that type of thing. But a lot of times people, YouTube will leave channels subscribed for a long time, and then if you don't go back on YouTube for a while, they'll start taking your subscribers.
Which is so weird. They don't have a right to do that, you would think. I mean, what does that do? Like,
oh, there's a lot of people that copied my channel. A lot of them have been removed already, but there's a lot of people that over the years, because you can search stock game and a bunch will pop up.
I've never lost any of the channels that I subscribe to in the subscription list ever.
Well, you're on YouTube. If you stop going on YouTube for like 6 months to a year, you'll start losing those.
Yeah.
And if you stop, a video pops up and you go to look at it, even running your mouse over the thumbnail, and you know how it plays the video, that counts as an impression. So it's not a view, it's an impression.
okay.
So
But how long do you have to actually watch something for it to count as a view?
it depends on how laggy YouTube is at the moment. Usually 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, depending on how long the video is.
Because I've been on YouTube since February 4th, 2007.
None of the accounts that I have here. I have a it's like my third account on YouTube, but it has like family stuff on there and stuff, and it's from the beginning of YouTube. I have one that was when I was a beta tester for YouTube, actually alpha tester, and then I went to beta, and then it did a full release.
Do you recall what year StreamYard and other websites like Restream came out? When did that start where people started doing live shows with other people?
It started way before they came out. Gaming has been streaming since late 90s.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
I'm not Tammy. Matter of fact, I'm seeing stars outside. Talking about stars. Talking about stars, I'm going to go ahead and cut it here. I'm going to kind of wind down a little bit before I go to bed.
I've decided to stay hooked up the rest of the week. That way I can sleep.
Well, everybody, y'all have a good night, and I hope to catch y'all later on.
Take care, Jeff.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Y'all too.
Take care,
Night,
buddy.
Dixie.
Night.
Night.
Have a good night.
You too, Dixie, Jeff. In North Florida.
Oh, I did have an idea for a video, for at least one video a week for the other channel. Do an informational thing about types of fish and stuff, like 1 week bass and the next week
Yeah, that sounds good.
something like that.
I can tell you, I caught 2 big ones this year so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know a young lady that's a very good bass fisherman.
How long were they? Like,
I don't measure their length. I only care about how many pounds they are.
do you ever see fish wardens where you go fishing?
What?
You ever see a fish warden?
No.
A fish
Because around here, any creeks, the fish wardens, if somebody's got a bucket with fish in it, they'll take the fish out and measure them to make sure they're long enough.
Oh, well, I mean, we do have them. They're everywhere, like NCON, or like, here we have forest rangers, but the DEC,
Yeah.
they don't bother. We don't get bothered with that stuff here. Like,
Because you're so rural.
like, yeah, we have our licenses because we do the right thing.
Fishing, yeah.
Get our licenses every year. It's like $20 some dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't got mine this year yet.
But it lasts us the whole year. We can do whatever we want, go and fish wherever we want, hunt whatever we want. Like, it's I think it's like $25. And no, they don't have anybody walking around checking your bucket or measuring fish.
Jim, you open something up again or something, because you're
I haven't opened anything up.
reverbing or
Sorry, I just think that stuff. I know that people have that stuff go on, but I look at them like it's nuts because I've never had anybody check my license or.
Well, around here, I know there's a problem with people that came in across the border that go to
Oh.
local creeks trying to get fish. And they have a
Dog
fishing pole and they don't have a license. And
or birds. I saw those crazy videos. That's crazy.
well, it's different life with Bobby. You have the game warden, you got game wardens and you got fish wardens. But the game wardens can also police the waters of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, we just have game wardens here.
Yeah.
They don't have special fish ones.
Last time I was checked was, oh God,
That's what I was trying to
30,
think.
30, maybe 30 years ago up on
I
Lake
get
Apache.
I get my fishing license every year, and I've never once been checked.
Well, the thing I found out over the years is a lot of the game wardens that are married, their wives are fish wardens. It's like the whole family works for the state. Game warden, husband, fish warden, wife.
Do they give free licenses?
They have. I don't know if they have to pay for a license or not, but I mean, there's just so much illegal stuff that goes on involving fish and game in this area.
Mm. Like, I mean, tagging deer, coyotes, bears, moose or caribou or whatever kind of elk make elk burgers or whatever. But I can understand that stuff because, like, you shouldn't be just allowed to go out and get 20 bear if you wanted to go out.
Yeah.
I mean, that there should be strict laws. And also with the fish, because there's people like, we do have certain laws where, like, you can only net at certain times or net so many
I'll be
fish.
back in a minute.
You need you can't just go feeding fish. There's certain lakes that don't allow live bait of certain kinds. If you used bait, okay, so we're strict with our lakes because we're the cleanest, some of the cleanest lakes. We have the cleanest lake in the world, let alone the United States.
What kind of bait do you use when you go fishing?
It depends on where you go.
What,
So
like your favorite fish?
there's certain lakes, if you go in with worms and you catch something, you can use it for bait. But if you bring fish bait from somewhere, they're going to want to probably see a receipt. They don't want you using that fish bait and then going somewhere else or using it again the next day. Some lakes are really weird about that. You're not allowed to use corn because the fish hatcheries do stuff like that. There's just some places don't even allow you to use certain lures. Boats, if you can't just go water hopping. If you go from one lake to the other, you need to wash your boat.
Yep.
Because we don't want hitchhikers from other ponds, lakes, rivers, plants. There's plants. One little plant could go to the bottom of the water and it could affect the whole ecosystem.
I know, invasive species.
So, yeah, we don't. And there's thousands of lakes to man up here. So, and they're all natural lakes. They're not man-made. But when you have that kind of clean water, you do have to be that strict. But at the same time, there's places on these waters where you don't need to be around people to get even checked. But if I were, so I went to get my license, got like the piece of paper. Josh, he just prints his off from the computer. But I like an actual license. So I like to go to places. This year, they don't no longer do that. They email it to you, and it's on your phone. Is that weird?
Down here, they give you an option. It's like a credit, literally, it's a shape of a credit card. That's the way I get it. It's $3 more, but it's convenient because it's right in my wallet, which is normally.
Yeah, I mean, even that would be nice. Like, I like something in my wallet, like in my pocket. I don't want it to be on my phone. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, if you go fishing, like half the places we go don't even have cell phone service.
Yeah.
I mean, Tammy Harder, we're in the Adirondacks. 6.3 million acres of the Adirondacks. It's in New York. A lot of
Yeah, do you
people-
see bears up there ever? Like,
We've only in 8 years. It's just 8 years this summer. In 8 years, we've had 3 bear in our yard. That's it. Not at the same time. We've only had a moose for 2 years, and then we've had 3 bear separate occasions, like separate years. Well, 2 bear in 1 year, and then was it last year or the year before? I saw a deer, and then right behind it, out in the woods, out in the back of the house, there was a bear following the deer. And our neighbor, Dan, he said that the bear went down that way, but the deer had a baby out behind him, out behind his house. Like she must have went across the road and just had her baby right behind his house.
there's no bear native to this area, but every year, and they don't know why, bear come down from upstate Pennsylvania. And the area that seems to get these bears is an area, it's an unincorporated village, the town of Ambler. And they don't know why they always come down to that area. And a few years ago, a bear was seen down by the Plymouth Meeting Mall on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And when the game commission it's sad, one year the game warden tranquilized the bear. They put it in this thing that looks like a huge barrel and drove it upstate and dropped it off. The same bear came down the next year and was up in the tree in somebody's yard in Ambler, and they shot the bear with a tranquilizer gun. And the bear fell out of the tree and broke its neck. And they saw that the game warden, Ray Madden, he had tagged the same bear a year earlier.
That's weird because I swear I just saw videos about just that.
Yeah, because Ray used to be my game warden for about a decade, and he got transferred to the county he grew up in. So now I have new game wardens the past 2 years.
Well, here, unless a bear is making a ruckus, and if you call, they'll just tell you to leave it alone. Go in the house if it go in the house if it bothers you. If they're traveling, they're doing the mating thing. So bears will come down off the mountain and they'll get on the trees and rub with their backs and other places of their body on a tree. And the males and the females smell each other that way. And that's how they hook up.
Yeah, they don't have toilet paper, so they rub on a tree.
No, not that.
And actually, the game wardens, because the ones I have now are younger than my son, they get calls from people. They see a coyote, they freak out. Coyotes have always been in this area. They've had people call up because they see a fox in their yard and they think it's a wolf.
Oh, fox.
Big difference.
Do you guys remember Eric Bushcraft? You guys remember me with the videos with that freaking fox outside our bedroom window for every single night? That thing drove us crazy. Last year, we had a fox looking for a mate outside our bedroom window every night.
We have a lot of red-tailed fox around here, and every now and then I see a gray fox. The gray ones are less common.
The gray ones here look a lot like your smaller coyote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have gray and red, and then we have, of course, coyotes. We do have wolves.
Me and my grandpa actually trapped some foxes up where he used to live.
They're getting after the hens.
No, for trapping.
Oh, okay.
For the fur, because it was still a lot of money. We actually got I thought it was a rabbit, but it was a white fox.
How they sent the
And
tree.
that's extremely rare.
Yeah.
About 15, 18 years ago, I saw 2 albino deer. Never saw them again.
Yeah, you don't see many. Once in a while they have them up here, but you don't see many. It's just like the blonde bear. Blonde, brown, red, black. They're all black bear.
Because I went outside to apprehend them during the time of year they're doing damage, and they were just gone. Because I turned the outdoor lights on where the kitchen door is, where we have high LED lights, like 5,000 lumens, and I see these 2 albino deer standing on the septic system, the sand mound.
I think you're supposed to report them so they can track the albinos.
Well, I think you're right. I've told the game warden about it, and they've told me that they're really rare.
Yeah, yeah. Here,
So
our RD guy from the DEC, I call him Sir Watson.
Especially if you see two of them together.
I,
Yeah,
I
that's
got
rare.
I got to hear this again. So Jim, you wanted to apprehend this deer? You mean you want to put a slug through it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Apprehend.
doesn't matter to me if they're they could be black fur deer or white fur or brown. They're all
I
equal.
know.
I don't think
Oh.
you're allowed.
Yeah, I
know.
can just see it's going to be on the news.
Right?
Pennsylvania man shoots a unicorn, only one that's ever been seen because he was eating his Christmas tree.
The law states, the Title 34 laws, any deer engaged in crop damage, any time on any lands.
Was it damaging crops?
Well, these deer, starting the beginning of August, they'll start eating cane and balsam firs and white pines. The drought was so bad last year, I got Korean firs that look like umbrellas.
Have
They-
you ever thought about putting out on the outskirts water tubs?
They will drink out. We are a half a mile from the Skippack Creek. They probably drank buckets. They probably drank water from some of the buckets already last year. Last year was the worst year ever for crop damage. They went up to Canaan. They went up to. I have Korean firs, like 6 to 8 foot tall. They ate all the new growth off of the bottom 4 feet of the tree, and now it's just the top of the tree left.
Can you plant things to keep them away from them?
No, listen, nothing works. You could take Penn State, the professor Gary Sanjulian. He's a head guy for wildlife. He said deer don't eat cedar trees. My neighbor has cedar trees in her yard. The bottom 4 feet are all eaten off. The deer will eat Rosa molliflora pigger bushes when they're hungry enough. Nothing will stop the deer except for maybe a 12-foot high fence.
Yeah. Well, I've seen them. I've seen them jump the canal. So, like the Champlain, the Lake Champlain, the canal, they jump the canal to get to the other side. So, I don't know about jumping up 12 feet, but if they get running, they can jump hella far. Like
The only kind of
really,
fence that doesn't have to be high that they really can't jump over, and I know a nursery, a tree farm, Spartansburg, PA, Berkeley's nursery, they have a 7-foot high fence that's slanted on a steep angle where they can't get over it. And according to the game wardens, they have already scaled chain link fences and gotten in the Willow Grove Naval Air Base. They will dig a hole under a fence to get under it if they want to.
yeah.
Because my sister put up a game commission 5-foot high electric fence back around 1988, and they have a gate, to keep it locked so they can't come in. The day after the fence was installed, it didn't make a difference. The deer were in; they were having a fit. Like if you have a few deer, they'll learn to stay out. But with the deer population we have around here, nothing's going to keep them out.
Sorry, Fishcraft's head was down while you were chit chatting.
Oh, my daughter's texting me, and I was texting her back.
And I was texting with my mom. We weren't texting each other.
No, I didn't fall asleep.
And he didn't fall asleep.
I'm probably about
Since Jeff
6
left.
hours from going to sleep.
Yeah. And I was texting with my mother.
It seems like when there's more people on the panel, I get frozen easier.
I haven't seen you frozen since you first came up here.
I was frozen for at least half an hour.
Have you been fishing?
Well, you were probably looking at Streamlabs, not YouTube.
There, I get to the freeze. Oh,
It's the same on YouTube as it is the StreamYard
yeah.
or the stream, whatever it's called up here.
But for a while, I was frozen on YouTube and not on on Streamlabs.
Well, what you see and what I see are two different things.
How do you know what I'm saying, though?
I'll be right back. I got to get Jack.
Well, if you see yourself moving around and stuff and it shows it's frozen on YouTube, it's usually because it's going through mine showing it frozen.
Because Grace commented about the expression on my face when it froze.
Oh,
No.
Bushcraft likes to get you at least smiling.
Everybody likes to get me smiling. I work hard to keep my teeth.
It's fun. Have you been fishing this?
I don't have time to fish this time of year. I'm trying to get stuff mowed here in the heat. Actually, today I used the mower and mowed around the house. Because I use a walk behind brush cutter that I turn into a finish mower to mow around the house in the backyard. Then out in the field, I just use the Kubota tractors to where to till soil and mow where the bigger trees are.
I went to, it was 7:30 this morning. I went out to get the mower and started raining before I got to the garage. I was like, and it's a battery operated mower, so you can't mow wet grass with that because
Oh, it's
it'll
not good
shock
for
you.
you. That's
Well,
not
the thing I don't like is if I mow and the grass is wet, the wheel in the back where I turn the machine around in the driveway and parking lot, which is stone, little stones will stick to the wheel because it's not good to mow wet grass. If I get under, every now and then I get underneath the mower to make sure there isn't grass caught around the shaft that could damage the seal of the brush hog. And I got under there today, and I can't believe all the crud is stuck underneath the mower.
Yeah, if your grass is wet, you have to clean the deck out because that'll rot that metal up real fast.
The thing is, the mower is 20 years old, and I had half of it cut out, and my neighbor, welded new metal in there, and there's parts he's going to have to do again. And I figured, I had a new blade put on it a little over a year ago, and a new gearbox 6 years ago. You figure the mower, I got an 03, the mower's got almost 4,500 hours on it. And that's because the Kubota I'm mowing with, okay, I got to change the transmission fluid on it in about 6 hours. And I'm not going to mow much this week because I need my wife telling me to do that. She has to hold the funnel when I pour it out of the 5-gallon bucket to put it in a smaller container to pour it into the transmission.
Hey, Tony.
You figure most people don't realize how much maintenance is involved with these little tractors. You got to change the transmission fluid every 300 hours, and you got to change the oil and the filter every 100 hours.
Oh, wow. Hi, Tony.
That's why a few weeks ago I did a video telling people how involved it is to start a tree farm. Because people don't think, like, most of Pennsylvania where guys are growing trees, the ground is all rock. And how are you gonna rototill ground with rocky soil? You'll destroy a tiller. Plus, you could have the blades of the tiller, a rock could get caught between the blades and the housing, even with a slip clutch, on the PTO. I mean, we got rocks in the soil around here, but it's not as rocky as most of Pennsylvania is. In fact, it's the same reason, just like you go up in the Poconos, the places people grow trees are more on the sides of the hill down in the valley, even though it's higher elevation. You go up in the Poconos, it's just all boulders. You figure that's why a lot of people settled where they did in Pennsylvania, because before you had modern farm machinery, how are you going to get a horse to pull a plow through a boulder field? You can't. Now, like up where you are, that's a good sized fish. Is the soil pretty rocky?
What do you mean?
Are there big rocks in the soil?
It depends. Like, it depends on where you're at, like all around us or like right here on my property. Because we've got so much, we have a lot here. Like, You know, there's places where there's like, if you dig, you're going to find boulders. There's places we have river rock. There's places where we got a lot of soil. There's places where we have a lot of sand.
Like the areas that are
We
farmed,
also have clay.
well, the areas that are farmed in your area, is anybody growing corn, wheat, and soybeans, grain crops?
We have cornfield for
Yeah,
days
cornfield
here.
all over the place.
Yeah.
Are
We
they
have
doing,
corn out back actually too.
are they plowing the ground, or are they doing no-till with herbicide?
Do what?
Do they plow the ground before they plant the corn, or do they just spray herbicide and have a machine inject the seed?
I don't know about who sprays what. I know people who don't use anything. I know that they move their fields too. Like they own over there and they own like lots and lots of land, but they also own like across the wetland or like the river or a pond. And then they'll grow over here one year and then they'll grow over there the following year. They also up here, they let land lay. They don't do anything with it. I don't know if you guys do that, but I don't know. I guess I don't know what you're asking. I'm just trying to give you information.
I was just trying to figure out if most of it's done with a plow and disc, or if they use chemicals. Because like you got to go 10 miles from where I am to get into any area they're really growing any grain crops.
I know within the Adirondacks, I don't believe too many people use too many chemicals.
Herbicides. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like. There's a lot of well waters here, and people are mindful of what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Like even pest control, they do a herbal pellet that goes, I mean, unless you live out there, down,
Mm-hmm.
or over, outside of the Adirondacks, I don't know what they do.
Because I remember in the 1980s is when the U.S. Department of Agriculture, I'd say around 1984, 85, the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, they would start visiting farms and give them information and try to talk all the farmers to go into doing no-till farming because to stop soil erosion. That's when a lot of that all started, really.
What's it called again that you say?
No-till farming.
No. The side stuff, the stuff that you spray crops with. What'd you call it?
Well, herbicide.
There's pesticide and herbicide.
Okay.
Herb
Herbicide.
is for weeds and pest is for pest.
Right. Yeah. I don't know.
But Jim, you're talking about a cornfield. They can be a very dangerous place.
If you see a field and all of a sudden you see all the vegetation dead and you see corn coming up, it's no-till farming with herbicide. And actually, it was a really big push during the Bush administration to stop all the tilling in the Midwest to stop erosion. Because you go into states like Kansas, Oklahoma, you got areas where they would plow a mile long and disc the ground, and then you get a heavy rain, and what happens? You get ditches everywhere.
Yeah, so I looked it up, Jim. We're not allowed to do that here. They are in discussion and in debate of using herbicide use, citing its effectiveness in managing some invasive species. And then they mention a couple problems they have with that.
Herbicide kills the stuff in the soil.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Microbes
there's
and all that
actually an
stuff.
argument right now about the use of whether they're going to allow the use of that.
Because I know I've seen pictures, like I know people that buy trees wholesale to resell at tree lots, where some of these tree farms they'll tell the ground, plant a little tree, they'll space the trees wide enough one direction to get through with a mower, and the other direction they have the machine come in and it just sprays herbicides so they don't have to mow.
So I guess they're saying no.
Well, actually, because of where you are, and it's so they want to keep it native and untouched, is why they're doing that, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because even when they planted crops in Evansburg State Park, it was all no-till farming on a state park. I was telling Bushcraft 101 before, like they still haven't mowed the hay next to us. That is still a fire hazard. You got all this dead hay with green stuff coming up.
Yeah, they contain our forever chemicals, so they're saying no.
Yes.
Because
It's
once that glycophosphate gets in the soil, that gets into any crop you grow. Because they say
yeah,
there's 2 parts per million herbicide and every loaf of bread in this country.
yeah. You know that we're forever wild. There's like different laws here with things. They can't like just do whatever they want.
I think it's regulated to a certain degree like that in South Jersey where the pine barrens are.
They don't allow it in the Pine Barrens either.
Well, the only farming that they do in the pine barrens is really blueberries. That soil is just so acidic. It's great for growing blueberries and grapes.
Because of the acidity in the
Because
soil.
the acidity and it's all sand. If
Yeah.
you go in the pine barrens, it's like beach sand.
Yeah, we've got sand where our blackberries are.
So that soil's real acidic then if you have blackberries.
Yeah, we've got so many blackberries. They're growing everywhere. We don't want them.
And the thing is, if you were planting corn, wheat, or soybeans in that type of soil, you won't get a very good crop yield because corn, wheat, and soybeans do better with a soil pH of 6 to 6.5,
Right.
which is a
Well,
slight.
that's why we have beds too. Like
Mhm.
we put our own soil in.
Well, I've seen your videos. You've got raised beds, and it's basically man-made soil because you got so much humus from, stuff decaying.
The what?
You're basically you turn the soil to be more neutral, from composting.
Yeah. So, well, I stopped using the compost 2 years ago because I don't know. It's just every time I did it, it turned the tomatoes like got dots on them. I didn't like it. We do a hugelkultur. It's German farming. So we fill our beds with everything that we have from our yard and in the woods. So we put in whatever, moss, wood, sticks, leaves, pine needles. Yes, pine needles. Pine needles turn neutral. When they hit the ground, when they're brown and hit the ground, they're neutral. They don't give off no acidity or like.
I know what you're talking about. Maple leaves do that, and oak leaves make stuff acidic.
Yeah. So
You
we
know-
throw in our stumps, even a stump from the ground, from the trees. We throw it all in there, and then we lay it over with topsoil, and then we put in more soil, and we put all the good soil on top. But eventually, it goes through. So you have to keep putting more and more, like manure. You got to put just whatever, but it's like a lasagna layer.
Do you have a pH tester? I have one that I was given at a trade show years ago.
Yeah.
It doesn't involve a battery. It's a meter where you stick it in the soil. It tells you the pH.
Yeah, we have one of those. We have stuff to read other things too, and we've got they're metal sticks, and they got a gauge, and you can even read the temperature of your soil or your compost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you
Like-
ever added pulverized limestone to where you're growing the vegetables?
Do we have what?
Have you ever added pulverized limestone?
That's to stop you from getting
Pulverized lawn.
Limestone.
limestone.
Oh,
Pulverized limestone. That would help the garden.
I am so sick of limestone. That's all we have. We have limestone. They take our limestone and they ship it out to other people.
Okay, so you don't need it. Then you have either dolomite or limestone there, so there's plenty of calcium in the soil.
We've got so much rock here we don't know what to do with. We just keep shipping it out.
We figure some rocks make the soil acidic and some rocks can make it neutral. But having
Yeah.
limestone is a good thing.
So limestone, when it comes up through the earth, like it just comes up in your lawn wherever it feels like it. You crush it up and you just let it go. And
Yeah,
it
that is good for the soil. Actually, I know people, if you get north of us, like Hartford, PA, and Macungie, they have limestone in the soil, and it's hard to plow and disc because you'll find you go up north of us in Dutch country, they call it, you'll see all these walls on farms, and they made walls along the hedgerows just to pull the rocks out of the field, where you'll see limestones the size of bricks.
yeah. Well, we've got mountainsides full of just limestone that's like everywhere.
Mhm.
They they slice into it and then they bring it down. But we have it down here, and it's like you can't dig without finding limestone.
Well, if you're going to have rocks in the soil, that's the kind of rock to have.
She wants to build a wall. Grace, we'd have to bring the truck down. You know how hard that'd be haul stone.
If you go to the county west of us, Chester County, some of these old farmhouses, they basically built the houses out of the rocks they picked out of the field.
We get it. We have a lot of quartz, and we have like, what's this? We have granite. We have granite here that you can just find. Um, I don't remember where he has the thing to turn on this light. That's the ceiling light.
You don't have the red shale up there, I guess, do you?
This is garnet.
There you go.
Nice. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's like super red.
That looks black from in the lighting. Actually, hitting that with the plow can cause a spark.
Garnet.
Geez, I can't get this right.
I can see the red in it.
It's definitely it's garnet. So we have garnet up here. I've got huge quartz rocks out back just sitting there just because they're pretty.
When I used to live in Idaho, that I became a rock hound.
I'm
I had got so many, and I got this big old rock. And the thing is, they said some rocks will be hollow inside, and I kept banging on it, and I could hear it hollow. So I took it into a guy who sold, rocks and stuff, and he was and he was all excited and stuff, and it
was like a gate.
It was hollow inside, and you open it up, and it's all crystals and stuff.
Yes, they're called. What are they called? Geodude? No, not Geodudes. What the heck?
That's a Pokemon.
I know. Geodes.
Yeah, Geode.
Yeah, we've got those. They're really cool.
And at that time I ended up getting like almost $1,000 for it. He bought it right then and there. He probably made buku bucks on it, but for a kid, I was all excited. And I went and bought me the hammer and the brushes and all kinds of stuff because I was a rock hound. After that, I joined a club for it.
It's cute.
And then I found a nugget of gold in a stream, and then
cool.
All that stuff went out, and I got me a pan, which it was a pie pan. But I that's what I seen people using, and I went down and started doing this, and I was like, I don't understand why I'm not getting any gold in the bottom of this thing. And I actually came across the guy that was doing it, and he taught me the whole thing, and he said, cool. you need one of these pans. There was a special pan for it.
TJ loves panning for gold. She loves it. She does. I've done it. We have a lot of stuff that's shiny. So like, ooh, gold. There could be fool's gold. You know what I mean?
Yep, I found that, unfortunately.
Yeah. Did it get you all excited though?
Yep. Because it looks like sand, but it's sparkly gold.
Yeah.
Because it was at the bottom of the pan, and I'm like, I finally found some. And then I got it all together in a paper sack, and I took it down there, and I'm like, I've got a lot of gold, and they pour it out there, and he goes talks to the other guy, and I'm just a kid, so they end up giving me money, and found out later that it was fool's gold.
So this was when you were a kid then.
Yeah, and
I'm
they didn't give me a whole
always
bunch of money. They said, "Well, you got like $12.50 here." And I'm like, "Oh, that's great,"
That's
They
good.
find a lot of that when they mine coal in Pennsylvania, pyrite, the fool's gold.
Yeah,
And Josh and I would go places. It was cute at first. He thought I was cute until he's like, "Did you get another rock?" And I'm like, Maybe." Like I would have rocks in my pocket. Here, you hold this. Could you pick up this rock for me? I would have it in the fishing bags, in any bag we had. I pick up rocks everywhere.
you probably up in Alaska. You probably do that, don't you, B?
Oh, I
I wouldn't think you do it in Florida.
It amazes me the rocks, the diversity in this country. My dad remembers going to visit where his father grew up in Carrollton, Kentucky, and the soil down there has seashells in it, limestone. Proof that was all underwater at some point in time. And I remember when I used to go hiking up on the Appalachian Trail, there's a place called Pulpit Rock and the Pinnacle, where we brought like a little hand shovel and was digging around the soil. And on top of those mountains, we found obsidian, which looks like glass.
Yep, I've got some of that out here.
But you don't find that in this area. And the thing is, up in the Lehigh Valley, they got soil that's as red as could be.
Go grab
They
it.
got black soil, yellow soil. I've seen shale where it's yellow on the outside and red on the inside.
I bet you I have more obsidian than you do.
You're not going to find that in the soils. You figure I'm in the Piedmont area. When you get up on the Appalachian Trail, you find basically everything up there.
Yeah, I've got 2 chests full.
I still have a few bags of it upstairs somewhere. It was blue and green.
It's in my Minecraft game. 2 chestfuls.
You figure just seeing what these rocks were tells scientists, how this area came to be the way it is.
I got rocks in my head, I swear.
Do you just pan, or do you have a sluice and stuff? They make them little miniature ones now that you can put like a shovelful in there, and it sluices it.
It's like blue black.
Well, most granite in Pennsylvania is a real dark color. Like places that's like they make kitchen granite for kitchen countertops has become really popular, and a lot of them are black, and you'll see shades of like red in it.
This light sucks.
How many times has Bigfoot stubbed his toe on some of your rocks?
I keep them up off the ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like this one. It's so cute, and it's got this like little nudge right here. So like I'll stick this like little snail on top. That looks real because it's
Andesite?
Huh?
Is it andesite?
This is dark. What the heck is problem? It's quartz. It's just different kinds of quartz. The whole thing is quartz. I have a real big one out back that I got off the mountain this year.
Now, see, if your grandson was here, he would know what I just said.
Oh yeah.
It's a block in Minecraft.
What
Andesite.
was it? Obsidian?
Well, obsidian is in Minecraft too.
Yeah. This one is like that blue black.
That's why I told Jim I had more than he does, because I got 2 chests full.
Other ones I found up at the Pulpit Rock in the 80s, they were little. None of them were real big. You could tell that they were extremely weathered from being so eroded into small pieces.
Cool.
I hold it.
Do you have like a homemade sluice, or is it one of those little ones?
Sluice.
'Cause I always wanted to try one of them little ones. Oh, you do the diving thing like the people on that show out
Oh,
in
that's
the ocean.
cool.
I forget what they call that show.
I forget too.
I
They're
haven't
like
watched it in a long time.
Gold Rush.
No, well, it is Gold Rush, but
But
it's
they're the
something
ones that
else because they go out into. Well, there's some that you use like a vacuum cleaner thing, and they
in the
blow it
water.
and suck it in, and it goes through a sluice.
But they go dive in the water.
Yeah,
And they
and
suck
there's
it.
one that has
Yes.
a backhoe on his boat, and then he sluices it through that
I
way.
forgot the name of that show. And then there's the other people. Is it Alaska where they dug through the ice and they're going down and like mining for it?
That's in the wintertime
Okay.
because there's a wintertime when they cut a hole and dive down in, and they have an actual heater inside their wetsuit.
Mm.
And Grace, your comment in chat, I've read about that actually in Emmanuel Velikovsky's book about worlds in collision. There's areas in Michigan where they have found seashells in the sand miles from the lakes. Even up in Maine, they have found tusks of preserved under the earth from woolly mammoths, and even Siberia. It's
Well,
more that the flood had occurred.
you realize that the whole Earth was covered with water at one time.
Well, that's my whole point. All the stuff they found in different parts of the world proves that Noah's flood did occur.
Oh yeah. Well, they found Noah's Ark and everything.
In Turkey.
They found the nails or the spikes or whatever they want to call them, the pegs or whatever.
Why would they wait for winter? Yeah, I don't know either. But I thought it was icy in that one spot all the time.
No, they don't just wait for winter. They do it all year round.
Okay.
They just in the wintertime they go out in snowmobiles and they cut a hole and then they dive in there and do it in wintertime.
Some of the historical evidence in countries like Turkey and Saudi Arabia, they don't want anybody looking at that because it's just more proof that everything happened in the Old Testament.
Oh yeah, they're finding out more and more and more.
I've never heard of anybody finding seashells in soil in Pennsylvania, though. You got to get down to like Kentucky, Tennessee to find that stuff.
Probably if they dig enough, they probably find it.
And you figure when they do fracking, it's not the shale that has the oil in it; it's the hydrocarbons that are attached to the shale. Because I remember back in '84 when we were doing soil conservation,
cool.
The guy was talking to us about that Marcellus shale, if there was any in this area.
Vester, do you have videos on it? I like to see your homemade sluice. I wouldn't want to do none of that around in Ohio because maybe down south end of Ohio, you probably might some of the creeks and stuff, but you would probably find gems and stuff more than gold.
That'd be cool too, though.
Yeah, not big ones or anything, just a small little.
Yeah, but that's still like you make little sachets, and
yeah,
I know like I would like something like that. Grace would like something like that.
I've never heard of anybody finding silver in this part of the country. Have you?
I don't know. I don't really get much into it. I see a rock and I just gotta have it. I'll dig it up. I don't know. I like I said, it's more, and it used to be cute, but it annoys the heck out of them. Everywhere I go, I gotta have a rock.
But you can't. What are you gonna? You're gonna turn a room into a rock room.
Well, no, we have a pretty good sized yard. I mean, we do stuff with them. Like, actually, I need more rocks because we're gonna build that creek bed in our yard. You know, the dry creek bed, because we have places where I don't want the water. It's okay right now. I mean, we've dug, but instead of having a big like gully sitting there on the back of the yard. I would like it to be filled with rocks. So we're going to need a lot of rocks.
Yeah, I'll have to go check it out, Mister.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm still subscribed, but if I don't see a video for a while, it usually does. They don't usually pop up.
They don't for me either. Actually, I'm going to go to his channel right now and just so it's in the background of your stream. So that way I can check later. I just started coming back around again. I'm trying to like not be so darn busy all the time. There's just so much.
Yeah,
There's just so much stuff I've got to get done. And Josh works all week, so like I gotta do this stuff, you know.
You're the one that takes care of the garden mostly.
I take care of a lot of stuff while he's gone. Not just the garden. I mean, he does that on weekends or after work too. It still takes both of us to do all of it. But
Well, I
we
do
are-
all the outdoor work. The wife does her nursing career and the cooking and the house cleaning.
right.
Vester,
Not just-
you give me permission to play your video on here? Because Grace just popped it up there, so I figure I can play it.
There you go.
But I want to always make sure to get permission first. YouTube.
Well, that, and if you have videos set like we do, that way you know to go look and you can allow it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there hasn't been more interest in my manure videos.
Believe it or not, it's probably a waste of time for me to do videos about my garden or stuff because they never get any views.
I stopped doing the same thing.
It's you have to have those people in your subscribed. If
Mhm.
not, people won't watch it. And the thing with gardening is there's a point where gardeners stop watching videos about gardening because they know. Okay, let me go find it real quick again. There it is. Share screen.
I've showed our garden a couple of times, and the way I look at it is it's growing.
Yeah, now I have to because I'm in the collaboration thing. So I kind of have to. Well, I don't have to, but you know.
Right. No, I get it.
Let me make it. There we go. Okay.
Hello, friends. So, washing some rocks and dirt today. Cloudy day. Mow some grass this evening. Changed up my setup a little bit. Changed it to portable for now. On the tub. Everything fits in a tub. Still gotta make another header box. I made that one. Some junk I had laying around. Got some new parts, but I gotta get some more. Need some aluminum metal. That one there steel, it was pretty thick, hard to bend. Hope everybody's having a great day.
There it goes.
Just a hobby, something to do. Purpose it is you might find a piece of gold every now and then.
Yeah. I'll wait here while everybody goes to the bathroom real quick.
Look at cool rocks, sometimes some gems. Occasional lizard, nightcrawler.
Yeah, lizard and nightcrawler.
You know, I'm used to that sound.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Every now and then you find a
Sounds like he had a go bad.
coin.
Eric's already at using the bathroom.
Just an adventure.
He's making our noise.
And I thought there was a water shortage.
It's just we're using the same water.
Oh, it's recycled.
Yeah. Like when you do at a river or something, it's just coming from the river. It's not using more water. It's just the water from the river.
Well, you know, there's people against using water in this country, unfortunately.
Yeah. Leave my mic on. I'll only start messing with it.
What's Kate? I wonder if he ended up be cannon for gold.
I kind of wished whenever I found that little
Crazy
nugget
times are going
that I
through.
would have kept it. But when you're a kid, money is money.
A lot of people think this man's going to help them, save them. The only one's going to save us is Jesus himself.
There's always been a demand for gold. The first crowns used
That's
for
all I will
teeth
say about that.
were made out of gold with another metal to make it harder.
Finally got some rain the past few days. That is great. In the heat, no rain, kill the plants.
Yep. Or too much. Yeah, we've had rain for the last 3 days, I think, at least.
There you go. That's about all I got. Y'all
Hey,
get out
hi
and do
from
something.
Russia.
Have a blessed day.
Good to see you. Uh-oh. Stop
Come on
it.
in.
Stop.
Down the fence.
We're ready.
No, stop.
So long and range.
Oof, there we go.
Oh, good Lord.
Hopefully I don't get in trouble for that music.
Is she a future guest on one of your upcoming lives?
He'll just have to go through and clip that little piece. Oops.
Hopefully they don't say nothing
She's a
about it.
professional fighter. I've seen videos of her fighting.
No, I think that's interesting stuff. You know, to me, that's besides having to go to the bathroom or whatnot. But one of the things I like watching on YouTube, there's a couple guys that do it. They build, you know, like little huts and things like that. and they use primitive tools and stuff. They'll make their own sawhorses and stuff to hold the logs while they strip the logs and stuff, and they'll burn the ends that they put in the ground so it lasts longer and whatnot. And they don't talk. They're quiet as could be. All you hear is the nature and stuff. And then towards the end, when they cook, is when they'll start talking, and they'll talk about how they did with the stuff. Here, let me find. One of them is bushcraft tools, and can't remember the other one.
I like stuff like that.
They're both friends, and they're from over in England somewhere or something like that, because they both have the same accent. And sometimes they actually work together on a project. They did a Viking house one time, and they made this little thing to where it would they built a fire, and it's like a little fan, and when the wind blew it, it would turn the meat, so it would keep turning the meat, so it would cook all around and everything. It's the coolest thing. And all the stuff they build is all authentic. Like they say how once you cut a tree down, like you cut a tree, the next couple years, branches will grow out trying to grow another tree, and those long skinny branches that come out is good for making walls. So if you weave those branches, I think they call it thicking. I'll have to remember again, but
That sounds about right.
they weave it like this, and then they make the walls, and they'll pack it with mud and stuff.
Yeah.
And like I said, they don't say anything. They just, all you hear is the hammering and the taking the bark off and stuff like that, and it's just so relaxing just watching.
It is. I know we've sent videos back and forth. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I love like what you just showed of Esther's. I find that stuff interesting.
Yeah.
Relaxing, because like you said, you're just chilling watching it.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 lizards going to bed, and I got the pain in the butt one out and up. Everyone else goes to bed, and she comes out, and she's like, I'll get crickets for you tomorrow. I've got worms for her, but she's something else. She's just a beast.
An alien zombie? Oh no.
What?
I didn't know people from Russia could participate on U.S. YouTube channels.
Why not?
Well, look how YouTube is with censorship.
Yeah, but that don't mean you can't click on a link to get there. And even if you're not allowed, there's a thing called VPNs.
Lester said that he's got a video of a lean tube he weaved with branches.
Oh, okay.
People do those branch weave like you're talking about for fence too up here. And
yeah.
it
also
looks good.
And there's people that actually still grow this stuff, which I find amazing. What they used to use for the roofs, it's a certain kind of grass, but it's very expensive now. And it was a big learning curve for them because nobody's there. It's very hard to find people that have knowledge of this stuff, and you have to place it on there a certain way. And you start at the bottom and you work your way at the top, and you have to hit it with another stick to spread it out and stuff, because it comes in bundles. You put the bundle down and you got to hit it with a stick to spread this grass out. And I think it's just the coolest thing to learn that stuff.
Jennifer says thatching.
Yeah.
That's what we called it earlier. Yeah.
And what's very amazing, there is somebody that, and they said they had to go like 1,500 kilometers because it's over there. You have to go 1,500 kilometers to this farm that actually still grows this stuff.
Wow.
But it's made for, this stuff was made for these roofs 200, 300, 400 years ago, and there's somebody that still grows this so people can still use this stuff. That's crazy. Trying to remember.
You mentioned sawhorses earlier. I make light stands to sight deer out in the field. You figure the sawhorse is based on the pyramid, the strongest structure. Than the
Well,
man.
it's a different type of. It's made. You have one fork like this, and you dig a hole and you bury and you put these things in the ground. One end has a cup on the end like this, and the other end's a fork, and you put the end in there. That way, you use a draw knife to debark the logs, and that's how they do that. It's not really sawhorses, but yeah, that's it. TA Outdoors is one of the guys.
Hmm.
And I've talked to him. It's been a while ago when he wasn't as. Let me see how many subs he's got now. Oh yeah, he's a lot more popular now than he used to be. He's at almost 2.5 million
Nice.
subscribers. Yeah. Yeah, he gets like 1 million views a video. And I had talked to him before when he was like at 70,000 or something like that, and
It's
about
fun
doing
watching him.
interview and stuff. And he said at that time he doesn't do interviews, which he still doesn't. And we had talked on the phone for like 2 hours. And I said, we could have done an interview. I don't know what it is. And I don't talk that much. Usually when I go to talk to somebody, they'll just talk like crazy. I'll just ask a question here or two, and they'll go on for an hour.
Blake, are you playing with worms?
I might be. Yeah. Except for these worms bite. These worms bite hard.
What are they?
They're super worms, and they turn into big black beetles.
Yeah, but the only thing, did lizard get choked up on the cape?
What?
The super worm. When the lizard eats it,
Oh,
do
Yeah,
they
see
choke
what
on the cape?
got a net on it too, right?
No.
Would slugs make a good bait for fish?
Yeah,
They can.
depending what. Like if you put a slug out there, just that, and threw it out there. Yeah.
I wish I had time to go fishing.
What the heck is that? The super worm?
Oh yeah, and they've got teeth.
Ooh, let me see. Ooh.
Yeah, let me get a hold of one so you can see the teeth.
I remember finding caterpillars. Those things can bite. They got
Well,
big.
no,
Yeah.
sometimes they.
Caterpillar.
Eric likes his worms.
Oh, it's hard. They've got
He
teeth.
likes his hard worms too.
That looks like the size of a shrimp almost. After it's been
Yeah,
de-shell. Not that
No,
I'm
the reason
recommending anyone eats it, but
the reason I backed off like that is because sometimes they squirt, and I don't like it. It's really gross. Like there's nothing worse than it. I wish I could show you guys, but I can't hold my laptop.
Now we know what to send Eric for Christmas.
So, bunch of super worms.
Super worms.
well, the nice thing about when it rains here in the daylight is I see all these birds coming out, getting worms out of the earth.
Grace knows. Those horned ones, yeah, the hornworms are expensive. And you can't just give them any old hornworm either because they could have parasites. But
They ain't cheap.
Yeah.
this one, no, the hornworms aren't cheap, but this one's big. Look at that teeth. Ugh.
Well, I got a lot of worms in the manure piles here.
Gross.
Yeah,
See, I
those
don't
probably
think you
won't
have-
be too clean for a lizard.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like when you have lizards in captivity, out in the wild, I mean, they do whatever they do. But
Yeah,
if you have it like as something you're taking care of, you want to make sure it's got not only the best nourishment, but you don't want to give it parasites. Will they eat it now before it becomes a bug? Yeah. Yeah. They eat worms. They eat, I give them doobie roaches.
roaches.
Oh, a doobie roach.
Yeah,
That's a-
they actually like squeak and squeal, and doobie roaches are very noisy.
Depends how good it is.
Good.
I don't have any right now. Otherwise, I would show you them. But they're fast frickers too.
Smoke too many of them.
Well, no, I flip them over on their back, and then I tweeze them, and then I hold it really tight for them to get them. Because if they get loose, ugh.
A doobie
Might have a
roach.
little bit of something in that one then if you rolled over.
Crunchy but satisfying.
Look
Yeah.
at Jim's licking his lips.
I'm trying to figure out. I thought doobie was a joint and the roach was the end of the joint.
You want one?
No,
Oh, you
that's
can eat
kind of
seafood.
nasty.
Depends which end you hit on.
Maybe a smaller one.
There you go.
Like it's actually trying to eat its own butt just to get away. They're nasty little.
Oh, you
And
can
they
eat
do-
seafood.
Well, I hope you clean those off next time you have Chinese.
No,
like to
these.
I would like
You
to see
know-
some of our lawmakers eat those things.
I have another pair of tweezers too, but no, these originally were for my planting. I used to plant tanks, and they're long. When I had the planted tanks, I would plant my plants with these. Yeah.
Well, what is? I don't know if they're mealworms or what.
Oh, I've got mealworms too.
Okay, I was going to say next time a company wants me to do a review on them, I'll send them to you. I'll send half to you and half to Grace.
Yeah.
Somebody was going to send me a 50-pound bag, and I'm like, I can't do nothing with them. I don't have chicken.
Mealworms you have to keep in the refrigerator or on ice because otherwise they will turn into a bug.
Oh, they're already dead.
Oh, the dead meat. I don't do dead. I feed them all live food.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, they're meant for chickens, so.
She's still eyeballing me for more. The front of this tank is like, I don't know. Can you guys see her? The front of the tank is like dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's waiting for more.
Just
She
moved.
got big.
She has gotten big.
Wow.
You're gonna have to get a bigger tank.
No. I mean, Braxis, he's our beardy, and he's in a 150, so he's good.
How big is he now?
Braxis, he's full grown. He's a couple feet.
Hmm.
Yep. He actually went to bed. He was kind of pissed off because I forgot to turn off his light. He actually gets no, he does. He's moody.
Hmm.
Yep. Like one day he was in there throwing lettuce because we didn't give him any blueberries. And he started doing this at me, and his beard got all like black, and then he poofed up on me.
Whoa.
And Allie went in and cut him some blueberries, and he calmed right down. I'm like,
A
really?
reptilian tantrum.
Oh, he stomps his feet too. He gets so mad.
Will he bite a person's finger?
I mean, I guess if he was provoked, but
Just yours, Jim.
we've acclimated him to be touched and held and bathed since
Oh,
he was
it's that Christmas tree guy.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you do anything to anything, it's gonna bite you or tail whip you or something.
Oh yeah.
I have one lizard I will not touch. He's. I mean, Allie will put her finger up to the tank and he will bite the glass. Like no, I will not touch that lizard.
Well, basically, you have a lizard king in the aquarium.
Yeah, we only have one fish tank that's got fish in it now, and then the 2 ponds. I don't want any more fish.
I can do anything.
I've had fish for 41 years. I'm done. I'm just done.
Yeah, maintaining tanks, it gets old.
If it has teeth, it will
Yeah.
bite.
There's a guy in this area that has a panel truck and it's printed on there or painted, fish tank cleaning.
Yeah, remember we had a big old trailer that we would set up at carnivals and stuff, and it said a man-eating chicken on the whole side, and it would show a giant chicken going after a man and stuff. And people would go pay. At that time, it was 50 cents. Now it'd probably be $5, but they'd walk through this maze, and then you go in there, and this guy has a bucket of chicken, eating chicken. They get so pissed. That's what you paid for, a man eating chicken.
Yeah, it does look like Chinese food, Tasha.
I woke Braxis up. Well, I forgot. I don't have any more lizards to feed this to because the other 2 are sleeping. Well, the other one, I already fed him. So we'll see if we can get Braxis out. Oof. This tank is so tall, I have to stand up on a bench to get in here. Yuck.
When our son was young, we got him a gecko, and he had to go get crickets every few days.
Let him come and get that. Wow.
They know what that is.
Yeah. Hungry boy.
Hello, I can save you 15% off your insurance.
Oh no, this one's a bearded dragon. He's not a gecko.
It's a lizard. They can all save 15% off your insurance.
Right. Look at him just hanging there. He's eating lettuce too.
Oh, right now the going telemarketer is the IRS is after me for a tax fraud, and they can save me.
The going thing now for me is somewhere out of New York State. I keep getting these calls.
I bet you it's Grace.
You're getting calls about tax fraud, Bushcraft?
It's telemarketers.
Telemarketers.
Yeah. there's
And
I
I
don't
even
have
answer
that problem.
anymore. My phone's set up to where it just kicks it.
But we don't answer the phone unless we recognize the number.
I don't make enough to have tax fraud.
If
And
it's
some
important
numbers
enough, if
we
it's important
recognize.
enough, I'll leave a message.
And then there's right numbers we recognize and we don't answer because we don't want to talk to certain people.
Well, those people you block.
You got to remember, I have a landline.
You probably just,
His blocking is hanging up, turning the phone off.
you might have just lost 10 subscribers with live feeding. Sorry.
If it's the winter time and I've been cooped up, and as a telemarketer, I'll tell them, do you know how difficult it was for me to get to the phone in a wheelchair? Or I'll say to them, sorry, I have to take a SH.
I I used to like when the computer ones, because I would mess with them so much. I did put that in there. I don't see it on my end. Well, you gave me the wrong address. He said, "Are you clicking this?" Yes.
I recognize some of the numbers because every day around the same time, lunchtime, they call. It's almost like they know when I come in the house from a satellite.
Probably 99% of them now are just computers.
Yeah.
You'll say hello, and then it's tick tick tick, tick. Hello, and then if you don't say anything, are you there?
Oh, the worst one is when the answering machine kicks on, and it's a god awful sound from a robocall that lasts like 2 minutes.
What's that?
Yeah,
Oh,
he got big, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's a good boy, too.
I remember when he was a little bitty thing crawling on Bigfoot.
Yeah, now he goes in the bathtub all by himself. And
How long have you had him now? Like,
about a year since February, I think.
Wow.
February was about a year. Yeah. Hi, Bubby. What you doing? No, we're not getting up on the shoulder tonight. It's too late for that. It's too
Are they
late.
house trained?
I mean, I'm not going to let him run around the house because of our dog.
What will Danny do if he was loose?
I don't want to talk about it.
Nothing good.
Yeah, no. No. Nothing good. He's feisty tonight.
Squint your eyes really tight. It looks like a cat.
Oh no, sorry, John. Oh, okay, we'll go put him back away. Say goodbye, Braxis. Right. Buddy. I saw
Yeah, remember the days of just you don't want no calls. You just put the phone next to the receiver. Couple minutes, you'd hear.
right?
Even if they call up and say there's something for free, I don't want it.
That's no
There's
such
always a
thing.
catch.
Yeah.
What's the other going one for me now? I get an email that my Spectrum method of payment for my Spectrum cable bill
Oh yeah, that
no
one
longer
too.
valid. And I'm
And
like,
there's one for
it's supposed to go to Pasadena, California. Okay. And they give me 6 days from the day I get the bill. Well, it's not going to get there in 6 days. So I just go to the local store and at the kiosk and just cram a check in there with the bill. But even though I do that, I still get an email from them stating, well, it's not from them. It's
yeah.
thieves. It's fishing. I like to call it a fishing expedition.
Yeah. The latest one is And I haven't listened to the whole thing because with the Trump administration, and then I hang up, block. Maybe I should listen to the whole thing one day, but I just can't, and I just block it. I actually had an email from the Harris
Really?
group saying they need more money. I'm like, you lost already.
I'm
And
Harris campaign.
Yeah,
They're in debt so much.
She still has to tell everybody where all that money went.
well, they're still trying to get more. Well, we still need money for the upcoming whatever. And I went down because there's an unsubscribe thing, and they asked for a reason. I said, well, I don't trust her.
Yeah, see, Grace has got it. They're bankrupt. Hey, Grace.
Yeah.
How about de Blasio's wife? Where'd all that money go? And how come no one's going after her? It was millions of dollars, or was it billions?
Books and new shoes.
It's incredible what these people get away with.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to take off, guys. It's getting late here.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to call it here. There's only 14 people left.
Really?
Good night, Jeff.
Yeah.
Well, it was a good show. I lost track of the time. It's 11:37 already. I still got a shower.
Looks like I got 61 thumbs up, 17 people.
And it's thundering again, and I got to see what Holly.
$6 million. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I got a good thing. Send everybody over to Bubba. Well, all 17 of you. 3 people just jumped in when I was looking for a channel.
Okay, it was good talking to everyone. I guess Lake's busy now, so can't say.
Take care, Jim.
Okay, good. Have a good night, Eric. Bushcraft till next time.
Yeah. If you're wanting to keep going tonight, you can head over to Bubba News. He's live. I think he's just doing a premiere, but he's probably there. Other than that, I will see you guys Wednesday at 8:00 with my special guest about herbalism. And she goes out and does her own foraging and everything. So very interesting conversation. So
cool.
We'll see you Wednesday, 8:00. Thanks everybody for hanging out, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.